Bosky.
Present.
Mr. Croft.
Present.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Present. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Cheney.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Here.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to ask PAC 11, DIN 3, all of you young men to come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. There are no minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Mayor.
I have nothing to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chair's report. I'd just like to let everyone know, that those in the audience and those at home watching on TV, that the executive session that's listed at the end of our agenda, it will not be held, and it won't be held because the administration provided the information that the Assembly requested publicly. So that executive session is no longer necessary. Mr. Cheney, can I have a motion to incorporate laid on table and addendum? Thank you, Mr. Cheney. Committee report. I'll start with Ms. Dombosky.
Madam Chair, I do not have a committee report, but I do have a disclosure for the regular agenda. It was one that you had previously asked me to wait. Do you want me to make that now, or do you want me to do it just before that item?
Just before the item. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you.
Mr. Croft.
No committee reports. I similarly have a disclosure on 9D21 that I can make at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Flynn. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Cheney.
Nothing, ma'am.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a Enterprise Committee meeting Thursday. We will be hearing from MLMP on some lighting issues.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee met on August 24th, and we discussed Mr. Flynn's potential conflict of interest through dealing with marijuana licenses. And in a compromise, the committee voted 3-1 to suggest that Mr. Flynn be able to participate in licenses that aren't dealing with cultivation. That was the consensus of the group that day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
Several things, and if I don't mind, two would be point of personal privilege or just your accommodation, Madam Chair. Mr. Harris, have you had a chance to respond to BDO's management comments relating to the CAFR? Do you know quite what I'm talking about?
Through the chair, Mr. Char, no, I don't. I haven't seen those yet, I don't think.
Okay. If you can arrange with your group to find out, I believe somebody at the administration level has the preliminary conversations about the audit findings. I don't think they were very significant, but I think that they may be sitting in the administration side of things for the CAFR summary. It's traditional that they give you an opportunity to respond to any sort of management comments inside of that report. So that was the last email I got, was that somebody's got it. I thought it was you. So I just put those records or the comments on the record. Okay. I didn't mean to surprise you from that, but I thought you would have had it wrapped up if you knew about it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you very much. Two things, Madam Chair. One is in absence of Ms. Tucker for her challenges, I got some great support from our other side of the legal department, Mr. Falsey. Your entire team, thank you for stepping up to those additional duties and answering our questions, and particularly mine, all hours of the night and day. Sunday, I was getting great responses from that, so I appreciate that partnership as your duties expanded to additionals. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, I see that our Sullivan plant is starting to make electricity through the primary on all of that. We've seen, the way we know it is it makes new steam clouds out there along the highway as I drive home to Eagle River. I have just one question, and perhaps the Enterprise Committee can do that. Are we able to say we're on budget, under budget, or will there be change orders significant that we should be watching for? Is that time to talk about that?
So we have been briefing the Enterprise Committee on the status of the plant construction. We did negotiate an extension of time for the project completion. I believe the October is the timeline. It is in the testing phase right now, and it is making power, but not necessarily into the grid yet.
I see. So the conversation about being over the calendar time frame set out in the contract, is that the municipal's obligation to follow through on that, or is it the contractor's?
The contractor made the request in lieu of, as a result of some unexpected complexity of the project, and we agreed to that under certain conditions. There have been change orders processed, but all within the authority granted by the Assembly when the contract was approved, almost 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
If there's change orders that are proposed that require additional Assembly approval, you guys will see those, and we'll be working through the Assembly Enterprise Committee to keep you apprised of any progress like that.
Sure. I haven't seen any, so I'll stay apprised through that. I didn't want to be surprised, but perhaps you don't, is that probably one of our first change order requirements was because the project started late on the administrative side through the nesting birds and the release of the contract apparently late through purchasing. The contractor hit us with a $5 million change order because he couldn't start essentially 5 weeks before. That was 2.5 years ago, as you say. So perhaps we can have that conversation that we wouldn't say willingly approve the first $5 million change order to that contract based on dirt wasn't even moved yet at that point.
Yeah, I think that was a separate contract with the site prep contractor.
I thought it was still
I remember the $5 million. I was reading about it at the time. I wasn't involved, obviously, but that was the site prep work that was in advance of the current contract with Quanta Construction for the actual development of the plant itself.
So is Hickle then no longer in the mix?
I don't know whether their contract has been completed or not, or whether they're subbing to Quanta now.
Yeah.
I
Well, maybe
don't know
just
the
get your
status
arms
of that.
around it so we don't have a quagmire to sink into. So
Amen.
anyhow, compliments and requests for more information. So thanks, Mayor, to your team for the legal support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a comment and then a question. First is a comment, and I've already emailed the body about it, but in my role as the representative to UAA and APU, I've been trying to negotiate an internship program where students can get college credit. It looks like we have that program basically ready to go with APU for this semester, and we hope to have it stood up for UAA as well. So I urge my colleagues to take an intern if you can, and for those college students who might be listening, there is that, hopefully going to be that opportunity this year. I have a question as well for you, Madam Chair, or anyone else in the body. So the Ethics and Elections Committee has asked that we vote again on whether or not to exclude Mr. Flynn from certain votes on the marijuana issue. I'm wondering when we will have that discussion and that vote, because if we do adopt that compromise, we should probably change the order of the day to move one of the applications in front of the others. So just a question I have.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. And the answer to your question is we already have some notes on how it's going to be handled. And I thought about doing it right after Mr. Peterson gave his report, but I decided to wait and let everyone finish giving their reports, and we will take care of that matter this evening. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Anything else?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
The Community and Economic Development Committee has been very busy, and you'll see the fruits of our labor in several marijuana applications later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I failed to let everyone also know that agenda item number 11A is going to be reconsidered, and then it's going to be postponed indefinitely if it's reconsidered. Thank you, Mr. Traney. And also, the Budget and Finance Committee will be meeting on Thursday from 12 to 1. Thank you. Mr. Traney, a motion to incorporate.
Madam Chair, move to incorporate the addendum to the agenda and the laid on the table items in one motion.
May I have a second? Thank you. Addendum to the agenda item 9B2 AR 2016-251, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly appropriating $9,500 from area-wide general fund balance to the Department of Assembly to provide funding for contract amendment number 1 with Zico Consulting, LLC, for independent oversight of the SAP project. Agenda item 9D26, Assembly Memorandum number 631-2016, amendment number 4 to professional legal services contract with the law office of Frank Cozio relating to Tassi versus MOA. Item 12B, appearance request, Stephanie Warnock and Representative Garantar regarding public safety issues in our neighborhoods. Laid on table items. Agenda item 9C3, Assembly Memorandum AM 632-2016, recommendation of award to Foreigner Corporation for miscellaneous construction services for the municipality of Anchorage, AWWU, $1,500,000. 9C4, Assembly Memorandum 633-2016, recommendation of award to Construction Unlimited, Inc. for miscellaneous CCTV/CIPP services for the municipality of Anchorage project management and engineering department for $1 million. Item 9F10, ordinances and resolutions for introduction, AO 2016-113, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10293, doing business as AK Fuzzy Buzz, and located at 2016-12 Eagle Street, Anchorage, AK 99503. Agenda item 12C, appearance request, Sam Daniel regarding Girdwood Board of Supervisors. Ask unanimous consent to incorporate the laid on table items in the addendum. Seeing no objection, these items are incorporated. Mr. Training, motion for the consent agenda.
Move the consent agenda, Madam Chair.
And a second, please. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go and see what items Assembly members wish to pull, and we're going to start with Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 9A1 and also 9C2.
9A101.
And 9C2. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Nothing tonight, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr.
9F9.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9A2 for reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Steele.
No items, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Pull item 9C1 and 9C2. They're being supplemented by the addendum to the agenda. Item 9C3 and 9C4 replace those. So I'm going to pull them, but I'm not going to bring them forward.
You want to pull 9C1?
And C2.
I thought Mr. Weddleton pulled 9.
No, but I was going to.
Okay.
Because we've got it on the addendum. We're going to pick that up. Just to let you know, I don't intend to bring it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Flynn. Nothing. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Evans.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
9 Delta 21.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Ms. Domboski.
9 Alpha 3.
Alpha. Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ask unanimous consent to approve the remaining items on the agenda. Mr. Trainee suggests that we put it on the board. Please vote.
Man, we've got the Cub Scouts here, and I want them to see the process.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. The consent agenda is approved minus the items that we've pulled. And we will start with agenda item 9A1, AR 2016-238, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2016 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Mr. Weddleton.
I'm reading. Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing September 2016 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas the National Cancer Institute reports that cancer is the leading cause of death by disease past infancy among children in the United States. It is estimated that approximately 15,000 of our country's young people are diagnosed with cancer each year. And whereas comprehensive cancer treatment in children can lead to long-term health problems, including secondary cancers, and despite an overall decrease in mortality, about 2,000 children in the United States die each year of cancer. And whereas pediatric cancer patients and their families face physical, emotional, and financial challenges in their daily battles against cancer with determination and bravery, and whereas families, caregivers, charities, and researchers across the U.S. observe September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and whereas Childhood Cancer Awareness Month efforts focus on community education and fundraising activities that target research and family support services to heighten quality of life, and whereas pediatric cancer patients and their families benefit from community activities in September, such as the Beads of Courage program at the Children's Hospital at Providence, Trick or Treat in the Heat, a neighborhood-specific early Halloween celebration held in Anchorage on September 11th, and the Get Well Cards program, a Kids Cancer Connection-inspired effort in collaboration with the Anchorage Community YMCA to reach out to children undergoing cancer treatment at Children's Hospital at Providence with words of encouragement and support. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes September 2016 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of September 2016.
So I'd like to thank everybody for recognizing this month as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. I'm Laura Schultz. I'm the medical director of the Pediatric Oncology Program at Providence, and it means a lot to have support like this in the community for our program.
I'm Joyce Turcanon Robbins, mother of Ian Robbins, for which Trick or Treat in the Heat was started. Tremendously grateful. This is incredibly personal to us and meaningful. Thank you to all the Trick or Treat in the Heat organizers and to you for recognizing this. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. We are now at agenda item 9A2, AR 2016-239, a resolution celebrating Welcome Anchorage, recognizing National Welcoming Week 2016, and encouraging Anchorage residents to participate in community events celebrating Anchorage as a welcoming city. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objection, that resolution is approved.
Okay, here they come. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly celebrating Welcoming Anchorage, recognizing National Welcoming Week 2016, and encouraging Anchorage's residents to participate in community events celebrating Anchorage as a welcoming city. Whereas the municipality of Anchorage is a welcoming place where people, families, businesses, and institutions thrive, and the contributions of all persons are celebrated and valued, and whereas the fostering and welcoming environment for all individuals, regardless of national origin, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, disability, or veteran status, enhances Anchorage's cultural fabric, economic growth, and overall prosperity for current and future generations. And whereas community efforts that promote understanding and collaboration between native-born and foreign-born community members are essential in encouraging and preserving Anchorage's welcoming environment and economic vitality.
Thank you.
Whereas September 16th to 25th, 2016, Welcoming America and its partners across the United States, including Anchorage, will be celebrating National Welcoming Week. And whereas Welcoming Anchorage and community partners will be hosting multiple events during Welcoming Week, including a naturalization ceremony in the Assembly Chambers on September 21st, a reception for Anchorage's Consular Corps at Wells Fargo Alaska Heritage Museum on September 21st, an interactive neighborhood map event at the Anchorage Museum on September 22nd, and a community celebration at the Northway Mall on September 24th. Whereas being a welcoming, inclusive community will help Anchorage to attain its goal of being the #1 city in America to live, work, and play by 2025. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that September 16th to 25th, 2016 is Welcoming Week in the municipality of Anchorage, and encourages all residents to join in the community celebrations highlighting Welcoming Anchorage, the contributions of our foreign-born residents, and the Anchorage diversity and inclusiveness. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of December 2016.
Thank you. My name is Darrell Hess, and here with me this evening is Elsa Sargento from Governor Walker's office. Elsa is also one of the founders of Bridge Builders of Anchorage. We'd like to thank the Assembly for recognizing Welcoming Week and invite you to attend a lot of the events. The highlight to me, and I think for a lot of us, is going to be the naturalization ceremony here a week from tomorrow. This is the second year in a row that Anchorage has hosted a Welcoming Week naturalization ceremony, and last year the USCIS officer who conducted the ceremony said it was the most moving and inspiring naturalization ceremony she had ever attended. We thought, what a better place to hold that naturalization ceremony in Anchorage than here in the Assembly Chambers, the heart of our local democracy. So we hope you can attend that event and many of the other events that will be taking place. We're kicking off the week a day early this Thursday, September 15th at 11:45 a.m. UAA will be hosting a think tank in room 307 of the Consortium Library. And I just want to note that if you go to the National Welcoming Week website, the community in the United States that is hosting the most Welcoming Week events is Anchorage, Alaska.
Nice. Mr. Trainee.
Daryl, thank you again for your involvement in this, and I hope any of the people that are watching TV come down here for the naturalization. It's from 12 to 1 o'clock at the Assembly Chambers. Every now and then people forget citizenship is a right of birth for many people, but these people voted with their feet and their lives to come to this country, so it's very moving to attend the naturalization ceremony. Thanks, Daryl, for being involved in it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Our next agenda item is item 9A3, AR 2016-240, recognizing Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for 2015 National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards. Ms. Domboski.
Move to approve.
Ms. Domboski.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility for 2015 National Association of Clean Water Agencies Peak Performance Awards. Whereas Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utilities, John M. Asplin and Eagle River Wastewater Treatment Facilities were recognized for excellent environmental treatment services in 2015 and awarded National Association of Clean Water Agencies Gold Peak Award Performance Awards. Whereas each facility achieved 100% permit compliance for zero National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit violations in 2015, placing the utility's performance among the top 1.5% in the nation's more than 16,000 publicly owned wastewater treatment facilities. And whereas the Asplin facility serves the Anchorage Bowl and received a gold award in 2014 for 100% permit compliance, a silver award in 2013 for less than 5 violations, and a platinum award in 2012 for 5 consecutive years without a permit violation. And whereas the Eagle River facility serves Anchorage's northern communities and received a gold award in 2014 for 100% permit compliance and silver awards in both 2013 and 2012 for less than 5 violations. And whereas these outstanding levels of service are only possible with a professional staff at each facility dedicated to operational excellence. And whereas the utility continues to invest to ensure reliable service, safeguard public health, and protect the environment long into the future. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly hereby resolves that Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility is recognized for receiving 2 prestigious NACWA Peak Performance Awards for excellence in delivery of wastewater treatment services to the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage and for advancing a new standard of excellence. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 13th day of September, 2016.
I'm Brett Joklub, the General Manager of AWW. Here with me tonight are David Persinger, the Director of the Treatment Division, and our esteemed guest at the Assembly meeting, Cliff Fletcher, who is the Superintendent of the Eagle River Plan. Eagle River was noted this year by the outgoing President of the Water Environment Federation in a national newsletter that it's the cleanest wastewater plant he's ever been to. So Cliff does a great job. Eagle River has a great resource and the plant, and thank you for your accommodation tonight.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask unanimous consent to approve this resolution, and I don't see any objection. This resolution is approved. It's approved. All right. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Congratulations. Okay, we are now down to agenda item.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Flynn?
before we jump into the other consent agenda items, may I make a motion to change the order of the day regarding item 14I?
Certainly, Mr. Flynn.
Madam Chair, as I indicated in our work session on this item, I would respectfully request that this item be taken up as our first public hearing item preceding item 14A. I understand we'll have some young people here and I'd like to get them home and in bed in time for school tonight.
Do we have a second to change the order of the day?
Second.
Thank you, and I don't see any objections, so the order of the day will be changed when we get to public hearings. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I would also like to ask to change the order of the day if this is the only time we can do it.
No, it's not the only time you can do
Okay.
it. As a matter of fact,
Just
I would
making sure.
prefer that you wait. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We'll get to you before when it's necessary. Okay, we are now down to agenda item 9D21, AM. No. We're not taking action on two items that were pulled by Mr. Trainee and Mr. Weddleton. Therefore, we're at 9D21. AM 620-2016, Burkhoff Croft Architects to provide engineering services. Mr. Croft.
I'll move to approve because Mr. Croft cannot.
Thank you. Mr. Croft, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I'd like to declare a conflict of interest and ask to be excused from voting. My wife is a partner and 50% owner in Burkhardt Croft Architects. This contract was let before I got on the Assembly, before the present administration, and we've served notice of her activities when she's bidding on things, but I'd ask to be excused from voting.
Ms. Zimboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Croft, can you just confirm for us? I think you have, in fact, with your summation, but it appears that your financial or private interest in this matter is substantial. Would you concur?
Yes, it's a significant part of our income.
I think that just about does it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Zimboski. It just about does it, Mr. Croft. You're excused until we deal with this agenda item. Today? Okay, once again, we are at agenda item 9D21, AM 620-2016, Burghoff Croft Architects to provide engineering services. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item was approved. We are now at agenda item 9F9, AM 610-2016, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment. Brian Looney. Mr. Starr.
I don't particularly want to introduce it. I just like to make sure we postpone it. So what's the will of the chair here on that one? Let it go.
Mr. Starr, if you'd like to postpone action on this until the next meeting, you need to make that motion and then have a second.
Well, I thought it was for introduction and consideration for 2 weeks, so.
It is for an introduction, but there was not a motion to. Oh, wait a second. There's no motion to introduce, and the public hearing's on the 27th. So maybe you don't have to do anything, Mr. Starr. We have 2 weeks to ask any questions that anybody has. So I think that we're fine not doing anything.
Thanks.
Other than making a motion to introduce, because it is for introduction. So just make a motion to introduce, somebody will second, and it'll be introduced.
Madam Chair, it might be helpful to understand Mr. Starr's preference here. Does he prefer not to see this introduced, or
Correct.
to see it?
Yeah, I'd be happy to just wait 2 weeks and reintroduce it if we can.
Okay.
do it that
Now
way.
that that's clear, since we're going to have this reintroduced, you don't have to do anything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Okay. We are now at agenda item 11A, Notice of Reconsideration, AM 544-2016, June Na individual doing business as the Liquor Store LL number 469.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to reconsider.
Okay. Certainly, certainly. We're going to take it at ease. We're having technical problems. We're fine. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are at agenda item number 11A, Notice of Reconsideration, AM 544, 2016, June Knott, Individual DBA, The Liquor Store, LL, number 469. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As indicated in the agenda, move to reconsider.
And we need a second.
Second.
Are you urging a yes vote?
I am.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Please vote. That item is... Right, that item is...
No, we don't want him back.
that item is down on the floor before us. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone this item indefinitely and just for the information of the body. The necessity of this item is obviated by our approval of item 9, Delta 24, in the consent agenda.
Can I have a second, please? Mr. Dunbar, on this particular issue?
Actually, I was just. Is someone going to go get Mr. Croft? He's.
We decided we don't want him back. So.
Are we going to continue with our work before we?
Well, I think Mr. Croft realizes that the item that we dealt with is probably over now, so I'm sure he'll be back shortly. And if somebody would like to go fetch him, please
Fair
feel
enough.
free. In the meantime, ask unanimous consent to postpone indefinitely the item, and I see no objection. That item is postponed indefinitely.
That we're stuck.
And Mr. Traney, can I have a motion to recess for about 20? Well, actually, it'll be half an hour because we can't do anything else.
6 o'clock, Madam Chair.
Second, please. Second. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar? You were in the queue.
You can do it now.
Okay.
I'm not in the queue, ma'am.
We're recessed until 6 o'clock. testing, and manufacturing. So the question before the body now that we need to vote on is, does Mr. Flynn have a conflict on agenda items regarding marijuana retail sales, testing, and manufacturing? Please vote. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, so we had a meeting of the Ethics Committee on this issue and a good discussion. I originally was a vote that I thought there was a conflict of interest. And I said then and said at the committee, and I'll say again here, it's not a question for me of whether Mr. Flynn could and would put his personal interest before the public interest. I think he would continue to vote the public interest if called upon. This is more of an issue of we don't want even the appearance of that and we don't want to make it personal. It should be about whether there is a financial, and is in our statutes, whether there is a substantial conflict, not whether you think that person can individually put it aside. So I believe he could, but the question remains, is there a substantial conflict of interest? We talked about a lot of the precedent here for people with business interests, and many of us have business interests in this town, as you just saw with me, but how we look at that. We've had members of the Assembly, even the prior mayor, who had an interest in a bar, and they did not recuse themselves from all votes on all alcohol licenses in the city. They would on their own, and you could make the argument that they possibly would about opening a bar right across the street, but if they're voting on something that is in another part of town, there's really no reason that that has much of an impact on their personal business. And so similarly, the fact that Mr. Flynn has a 5% interest in a upcoming cultivation business that has not yet been approved, should that mean he can't vote on any marijuana issues at all? I articulated then and still think there's something different about getting in on the ground level of a business. That is, if you're the 100th bar and then you're voting on the 101st, it's not much of a conflict. But if you're going to be the first or second, that can make a difference. But I thought the Ethics Committee, after a long discussion and thought on the matter, came to a reasonable compromise of that he should not vote on directly competitive businesses in this new enterprise, but can vote, that is cultivation, but can vote on retail, testing, and manufacture, which is the other categories of it. So I support the proposed compromise and appreciate the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I also participated in that discussion in the Ethics and Election Committee, and I want to echo a lot of what Mr. Croft said. I was originally persuaded when we first considered this to vote for exclusion, largely based on the first mover advantage argument that Mr. Croft had laid out at that time. I think this compromise allows us to avoid that. It also allows us to avoid the appearance of conflict that might harm the public trust. Mr. Flynn was nice enough to speak to the committee about what his business interests look like, and it's in cultivation specifically. At this point, he doesn't have any interest in testing, manufacturing, or retail, so we felt that the potential conflict there was a little too attenuated, and we wanted to have him be able to participate. We also, all of us I know on this body, received a letter, and a number of us have received other communications making the point that because Mr. Flynn represents downtown, he represents the single-member district, and a number of these businesses potentially are going into that district, and we wouldn't want there to be a lack of representation for that significant chunk of the populace, given that this is their only person representing them. So with that, I would urge my colleagues to vote for this compromise measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Starr?
I appreciate the conversation from the generalities of it, but I'm interested more in the specifics as it relates to us in the every meeting litmus test or the criterion that we use. So if you will, I didn't go to the committee meeting and I haven't listened to the tapes, but Mr. Flynn, could you describe your initial conversation to the body that claims a certain level of conflict and what that's based on? What are you claiming you're conflicted on?
Mr. Starr, my disclosure was that I am investor in a cultivation business. At the time I declared that potential conflict, we had made our filing with the state. Since then, that filing has been approved by the state. So the next step for that is it will come before the assembly, but it's a cultivation license only at this time.
So you heard the committee conversation that apparently it occurred. Mr. Croft summarized it a little bit based on the financial or private interest conversation. That would be one of the criterion for exempting you from actions, is that the
Yeah, I mean, I think, Mr. Starr, you unfortunately weren't able to attend the
Right.
regular meeting where they had the original discussion, and my memory of it, as I sat here and listened.
Which one? This meeting?
Our regular meeting where we had this discussion.
I was here. I voted on it.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't remember. The discussion was concern about allowing me to vote on cultivation licenses I might be perceived to be opposing licenses to benefit my own.
I get that. Where I'm taking the conversation past that one was that Mr. Croft seems to allude that there's now a conflict relating on the financial interests, that it doesn't seem that the ones we were concerned about back in the earlier vote related to the public appearance or the perception of the public's in your ability to be impartial. That's what I remember more of the conversation relating to. Does it appear generally that you can set aside your differences and vote in a way that the public's trust isn't compromised? That's where I thought the vote originated. So when I started this conversation was now it seems to be moved more towards the financial interests and the benefit that you may have from a 5% ownership later on. Does that present a new conversation, or did it?
Mr. Starr, I spoke to the committee via telephone for 4 minutes, so I can't speak to the other deliberations.
Well, I guess asking you that now, there seems to be a claim that you're conflicted out based on your financial interest or the perception that you'll be financially gaining from this. Do you agree with that?
I don't, but I appreciate that the appearance is something worthy of concern. I'm of the opinion there's no 100% right answer here. No matter what this body decides on my level of participation, some people will disagree with it.
I get that.
And we've followed the rules. We've made a full disclosure. The body deliberates. The body makes a decision. We move on, and we suffer the slings and arrows associated with that. And I would not ask anybody to do anything against what they believe to be the right thing to do.
In your opinion, I'll ask you this, does the conversation as it expands now that we've expanded to committee and we're expanding again tonight, does that in one way or another sort of diminish the public's trust in raising the question to another level? 2 meetings ago we had the conversation, we talked about it. Now are we elevating the conversation to a place that now it's more in the spotlight and more of the public's interest is illuminated here?
I think it's very positive that this body and the committee specifically took the item on, looked at it from a number of different angles, and I think whatever the decision is, and I, again, don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, whatever the body's decision is, I think is well defensed by the deliberations gone into this.
Well, and personally, I just wouldn't want the inference that you could not put the public's interest above your own. That wouldn't be the message that I want to send by voting yes or no to exempt you from further conversation, because I believe firmly in working with you all these years that you can put the public interest above your own, and I don't believe that the perception and the conversation you could bring to the table about the issues would be significant. I think you bring a lot to the table. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not going to rehash what some of the other members of the committee talked about. The only thing additional that I have to say is the Ethics Board did not want to take a stand on this. It's not their position. They said it's up to the Assembly to decide whether he has a conflict or not. But the fact that he did disclose that they had a potential conflict met their requirement, and so that was the only additional information I wanted to provide at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to recap really quickly. I understand what Mr. Croft is saying, and I think he may have swayed me slightly in that if you're the initial person coming in, you potentially could take over the whole market, especially in cultivation. So I understand what he's saying. When I'm weighing this, I'm looking back to what Mr. Starr was talking about. So essentially, for the students that are here tonight and for those that are watching and listening on TV, what we're trying to determine is when is a conflict of interest a conflict that you have to be excluded from. By law, the Assembly is the only one that can make that decision. So Mr. Flynn's obligation is to make a full disclosure. That's his only obligation. It's our job to determine whether he gets to participate or not. Previously, the body, it was a very split decision, but the body voted he was excluded from all marijuana licenses coming up because he is going to get into the marijuana business, being a cultivation business. I have looked at it a lot like bars or construction. We have a lot of members on this body that own liquor licenses that are allowed to vote on other liquor licenses, or own construction companies but still get to vote on contracts of their competitors. So that's how I was looking at it last time. But when we judge, specifically going to code, there's 5 criteria that we're looking at specifically. Whether the financial or private interest held by the elected official or household member is a substantial part of the matter under consideration. Mr. Flynn has said that he's a 5% owner. So whether the financial or private interest varies directly or substantially with the outcome of the action, whether the financial or private interest is immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action. Whether the financial or private interest is significantly monetary, or whether it's a type of interest that's held by a large class of people. So those are the 5 factors that I'm looking at. Now, there's another one that many will refer to, talking about public interest. Now, we have a duty, every single thing we vote on, to put the public interest before our own. If you can't do that, if you're going to vote on something that's going to monetarily benefit you and you didn't disclose it, you can essentially be recalled and thrown out of office. So it's every member's duty to fully disclose. So just to kind of get the public up to speed where we're at. When I look at this, the one thing we generally don't do is make one blanket disclosure for every single thing. I haven't necessarily seen that. So we have essentially 3 or 4 marijuana licenses in front of us today. One's for 3? One's
3 and then 1.
Yeah, 3 for cultivation and 1 for testing, right? Something like that. Anyways, I personally, when I'm looking at this, I can live with the disclosure, but my expectation would be that when we have a marijuana license come up, whether it's cultivation, Mr. Flynn still has to make a disclosure. If I was him, I would. So he keeps himself out of hot water. But if we hold to the argument and if we accept the argument and the concerns that Mr. Croft put forward, I would say the longer this goes on and the more licenses are out there, Mr. Flynn's perceived conflict may go away. I think that's a fair assessment, don't you think, Eric? Okay. So with that, my understanding, just to recap, Madam Chair, the question before us basically will allow Mr. Flynn to participate in marijuana licenses except for cultivation. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dombrowski.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trainee.
Madam Chair, I voted originally the conflict of interest. I've seen nothing that changes my point of view on this. We've seen Juneau go around and around with this issue for years. People that work for the company that don't have a conflict of interest are forced to vote, and I don't want this to become Juneau. We have to distance ourselves far away from the issue. So I've seen nothing, Madam Chair, that will change my vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in the early phases, Mr. Bosky is right. You may, 5% in one operation may be of significance. The further we get down the line, the less significance or the less likelihood that there's a significant conflict. I looked at 7 marijuana facilities that we're going to take action on within the next few weeks this weekend, and 2 of them were testing facilities. The other 5 were cultivation. This is quickly going to be less of an issue. I think we may want to say that there's a conflict now and reconsider it somewhere down the line. But I do have a little bit of concern in that Mr. Flynn is the only representative for downtown. And so it's a little bit of my concern, but I think to be on the safe side, certainly he would need to disclose. But I'll wait until we vote to see how it all comes out. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Just to follow up for clarity on some comments Mr. Dombrowski made that were very good. The body a few meetings ago voted that Mr. Flynn had a conflict dealing with marijuana, period. That issue went before the Ethics and Elections Committee, and in committee, the assembly members can make a recommendation, not vote on an issue, but make a recommendation. And the committee made a recommendation to the assembly that Mr. Flynn now be allowed to vote on marijuana issues regarding retail sales, testing, and manufacturing, but the cultivation no vote is maintained. So now, the question before the body is...
Madam Chair.
Excuse me?
It was 3-1.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. The question before the body now is, does Mr. Flynn have a substantial conflict on agenda items regarding marijuana retail sales, testing, and manufacturing? There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Dunbar?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Maybe I'm misunderstood. That doesn't sound like the proposed compromise, what you just described. It sounded like a no vote would have allowed him to participate versus a yes vote. So is that what we're now doing?
What we're doing is taking into consideration the committee's recommendation, and we're voting on whether or not the body agrees with that recommendation. And if I wasn't at that meeting, so if I didn't word it correctly, I would appreciate your assistance.
So I believe the way that we passed the compromise out of the committee, a yes vote would allow Mr. Flynn to participate in discussion regarding non-cultivation licenses, and then he would maintain his exclusion on cultivation licenses.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. What I think is, based on the question that I just asked, okay, I'll ask it again. Does Mr. Flynn have a substantial conflict on agenda items regarding marijuana retail sales, testing, and manufacturing? Okay, so for assembly members who feel that he doesn't have a conflict, you vote no. If you feel that he does, you vote yes. Is that clear? Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Starr?
Well, I hate to say anything, but I don't believe he's conflicted out on cultivation. So you're going to limit my vote. I don't think he's conflicted out on the terms that you just inferred, but I also don't believe that he's conflicted out on cultivation.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. When the committee, the assembly voted a couple meetings ago that he was conflicted out of marijuana issues, period. Okay?
I understand that.
The issue went before the Ethics and Election Committee, and they decided, yes, he should be conflicted out of cultivation, but that we reconsider him whether or not he should be conflicted out of retail.
So you're going to let the first vote stand. I voted that he had no conflict on that vote.
The first vote does stand.
I understand that. Okay, that makes clarity now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton.
I'm sorry. I wonder if I can make an amendment to add cultivation so that he can vote on cultivation. Mr. Flynn's not happy about that either. Why we just won't do that then?
Mr. Weddleton, I really appreciate your suggestion, but I think that we need to stick with the that's before us right now. I really do. So I'm going to read it one more time. Okay? Does Mr. Flynn have a substantial conflict on agenda items regarding marijuana retail sales, testing, and manufacturing? Please vote. The body has voted that Mr. Flynn does not have a conflict, and he is now allowed to vote on marijuana retail sales, testing, and manufacturing. Thank you. Right. We are now, Ms. Dombrowski.
Madam Chair, can I have a moment of privilege to allow the students in the audience to come up and introduce themselves and tell us what school they're from?
Ms. Dombrowski, it's 5 minutes before 6:30, and we have to have a parent's request before 6:30, and there are 3 folks, so can we do that right after?
Oh, yeah, whenever. You
Okay.
just asked me to
Right-
say
right
it. so-
after.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. We are now,
The fire marshal has a problem when they're sitting in the aisles.
Mr. Trainee.
Would everybody that's sitting back there against the wall move over to the chair where the chief of police is at? There's chairs over there. The fire marshal has a real problem with people congregating in case we had a fire. It's a problem. So find a chair and please sit in it. The chief of police is a nice person. Go sit next to him. Raise your hand, chief. It's right there. Sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
No.
All right, we are now at agenda item number 12A, appearance request. Justin Ryan regarding crime at the Anchorage Small Boat Launch. Justin, welcome. Please state your name and spell your last.
My name is Justin Ryan. Last name is R-Y-A-N. First off, I'd like to thank you guys for giving me a chance to speak here.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
I'd like to give you guys a thanks for letting me speak here. I'm back here again, here to voice some of my concerns of actions that are happening down at the Anchorage Small Boat Launch. If most of you guys know where it's at, it's down at the base of downtown. It's kind of an awkward place to get. It's a dirt road to get down there, so a lot of people don't know about it. Some of the issues that we're facing down there are crime, between break-ins in our vehicles, a lot of drug activity, drug paraphernalia, and recently we've had 2 different shootings down there and within a month's time. And one of our guys actually coming into work jumped on the ground because he thought he was getting shot at. So recently things have been getting more violent down there. We've had many calls to APD, and we're not saying APD is not the issue here with their patrols, but more or less that we have solutions to keep it so APD can focus their precious resources on other stuff rather than patrolling this little area down here. The solutions that we proposed is a gate, putting a gate up at the very front that's saying, hey, it's closed from this time to this time, and that would limit all of our activity down there. Most of the activity happens at night, and at nighttime, everybody knows they're not down there watching the sunset anymore. So what else are they doing? They're just sitting down there, usually doing drugs, and we've even seen prostitution down there sometimes. Another thing we suggest is more signage, putting a sign up saying, hey, the place is closed from, like I said, from this time to this time, to just let people know that it's not okay just to sit down there all night. More lights in the area. It's very dark, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of this activity is they pull up in the dark stuff where there's nobody around, and they do their activities. Also, the patrols, we get patrols from ABD. Usually when we do see them during the daytime, we stop them and thank them for coming down there. It's like they're doing a great job. But like I said before, if we could come up with a solution that they didn't have to come down there so much, why wouldn't we try to entertain that? Now, the closing the park, I think, is a very big solution to the problem that you guys should consider. And I think we've definitely identified the problem is all the crime down there, and I'd like to see if we can come up to a couple solutions.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. Trainee.
Sir, it's good to see you again. You came and talked to us a few months ago about this problem. The administration tells us they're working on it. Madam Chair, can you get the person?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Sir, right here, I can't remember your name. You had some comments to make on this regard? Well,
anyway, they're working on money from the federal government. I'm told they've got the money approved to work on the port. By next spring, you should see some changes down there.
Okay.
To include cameras being put in down there. So
good. I appreciate it.
You might want to come to the next Public Safety Committee meeting. We'll see if we can address the issue.
Okay.
And have them come and tell you exactly what they're planning on doing down there, because you've been pointing out the problem down there for a long time.
Yes.
But thanks for being here again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I thought at one time you said that there was somebody that was either living or had a night shift or was on the tug or on the boat during nighttime hours. Is that true or not?
Well, we live down there 24/7, 365, and so between the ship jobs, there's usually always somebody up and around there. We do have a park host that's down there during the summertime, but come wintertime, especially the dark hours now, we usually, when she leaves, we see a spike in activity down there now that there's no presence down there anymore.
So if you put a fence you guys would have to come and go through that fence as well. So
Absolutely.
have to have keys to it.
And we have the type of technology nowadays that we can easily do that, whether a key card, and not only the boat launch down there. It's like we see tons of people that come down and launch their boat and they don't pay their fees. And even if they implemented a gate, I think that gate would be paid for in no time with people actually paying their launch fees.
Thank you. Mr. Abbott, would you like to comment on either the possibility of securing it better or what we may do to help this problem?
Well, it's public space, so there are impacts associated with preventing access to the small boat launch and the other areas down there. In fact, we've got at least one, I believe it's a memorial, and others, other visitor amenities are planned for that area. So I'm not sure that gating it is likely to be an acceptable outcome given the amount of public interest in the space.
My idea with the gate would be something along the lines of it would be open during the day but closed at a certain time, so we would stop the problem of the people come down there late at night and throwing the parties and stuff.
Yeah, and we're open to considering suggestions like that, but the small boat launch is used, at all hours of the day and night, and an access system that allows for, public use. Right now, we have a lot of casual use of that area by legitimate users, and I don't know off the top of my head of a system that would allow for that and still prevent general nuisance activity or criminal activity.
In my mind, he is pointing out real activities that are dangerous and destructive. And so if you have any ideas on it, it would be nice to try and help him out in this regard. He's been here. This is at least the second time, but I think he may have been here before that too, with the same problem. So anyway, might want to talk about it and see what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Starr.
Yeah, I'm with Mr. Steele here. Mr. Abbott, I guess the jurisdiction, does it inherently fall to the port director then, or does that space not fall under the port?
The port manages that property.
So we need to have a work group that would address the expanded duties of the port director then to supply security to the area, because it doesn't sound like there is any?
Well, there's the port security contract, the relatively intense security effort that protects the port itself does not directly cover the Ship Creek launch. We do ask the Doyon security folks that are the ones that do the work at the port to observe the small boat landing as well as other areas near the port. And so they do some of that. And I know I've been down there and seen the white trucks from Doyon down there, as I have in other parts of the adjacent area to the Port of Anchorage.
Yeah, I mean, for me, as I see it from the air, oftentimes we're connected to the west side of the Cook Inlet with that. There's a tremendous fishery group that comes and goes, the dredging operations. There's, a whole good reason why we want to have that a positive experience, I think, for our commercial users in particular. So the conversation about having the port resources expand into what's known as a port area, I don't think is beyond the scope of this body's conversation to urge that. And as city manager, perhaps you and the port director or a working committee here can start to produce that. We would not want a reputation that it's not a safe place to do business. I don't think. I would.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be glad to report to the Public Safety Committee or others on ongoing efforts.
Well, it would be helpful if the port director could send us just a summary of current activities. You mentioned that the Doyon Group does occasionally move over there, for another $50,000. Do we get a dedicated, person? Where would his suggestions come from? So it's a public speaking opportunity now. I know it's not an agenda item per se, but
we'd be glad to report on, discuss those options and present to the Public Safety Committee or any other assembly group as necessary. The Assembly Enterprise Committee, any of those would be fine.
Thank you very much for that energy.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Traney.
Sharon, you're still here, I assume. Would you come forward and tell us what the plans are You talked to Elvin and myself earlier. Sharon Walsh still here?
Yeah.
Or Steve? Or what? Come on forward. 'Cause as you can see, we need to know what the plans are.
For the record, I'm Steve Rebuffo, Director of the Port of Anchorage. It was a little like sitting at the dinner table at home when Mom and Dad are talking about you.
Yeah, but you didn't get hit in the back of the head this time.
Well, let's divide the geography first. The Port of Anchorage is responsible for the small boat launch. That area begins at the restroom and goes to the water's edge. Everything behind that is railroad property. So the idea of putting up a fence is not something that we could unilaterally do ourselves as a municipality or as a port. You'd have to involve the railroad in that conversation. The ramp that goes out to Cooking with Tug and Barges tug dock is on railroad property. So they are a tenant of the railroad, they're not a tenant of the port. Now, I don't say that to push off the responsibility on anyone else. I just say that to kind of make you aware that there's going to be a few more players involved if we're going to come up with a solution for this. What the port has done is and we mentioned this at the Public Safety Committee meeting where this was first brought to our attention, is what we've done was we've submitted and have received a port security grant from FEMA to put some surveillance cameras out at the boat launch and some additional lighting. That whole project is now in design, and assuming we can draw the power in an efficient manner, we should be done with that project in a couple of months. Worst case scenario is sometime in the spring we will finish. But at that point, there will be surveillance cameras out there, and there will be additional lighting out there, and the feed from the camera can go directly to APD if APD would like it. It will come to our surveillance facility on the port, but if APD would like a direct feed, we can certainly arrange for that to happen as well. And that's what we're doing within that area, which we know we have jurisdiction over.
Sharon, anything else, man?
That's pretty complete. The timing on the camera installation is going to depend. It is in design right now. The designer's in task to do it. The timing will depend if we can hang it off existing light poles out there, or if we have to trench, and if we get done before it frees up, then we can manage it now, or if it needs to be trenched or we need to install a new pole, it might be later, like towards the spring.
Can we do a feed in the police department? I want to make sure,
Yes,
because we hear the complaints.
yes, we can. There's a bandwidth issue to work out, but we can do it.
Would you do us a favor, once you get this designed and ready to go,
Mhm.
come to our Public Safety Committee so we know what's happening down there, because it's a cause of concern for this body.
Absolutely.
Thank both of you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to point out with the exception of there being a boat launch, the problems and recommended solutions that Mr. Ryan has mentioned are similar to trailheads across Anchorage on Chugach State Park. Mr. Abbott and Mr. Evans and I met at the group, a neighborhood about that. There's Prom Stewart's Homestead Roads, Huffman Trailhead, Prospect Trailhead are just across the borders there. Very, very similar problems. And often gates are a recommended solution. It would probably work, and I think that's something we should look at the parameters on when we can put gates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr.
Well, I appreciate the Ports Director conversation, but respectfully, it did sound like a push-off answer a little bit to me from responsibilities thereof or others, the railroad or that. But, we have a resource down there that's logistically driven. It's how our goods and services move. Tourists are down there. So, if we move them off of the boat launch into the railroad's proper area and they start harassing tourists on and off of the rail cars, that's not good. Or graffitiing the rail cars themselves, that's not good for any group. So I think we have to look at it a little bit broader base than just, well, that's a small boat commercial operation, as opposed to we're really putting the energy into the big one down there. We like tote a lot better than we like that. But, group those set net fishermen that offload their thousands and thousands of dollars of fish over there, group them together, and do they want a safe environment when it's 1 o'clock in the morning unloading fish? I bet you they do. I believe the railroad also would want to come to the table and say, we don't want that riffraff bleeding into the railroad property. So, Again, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Mayor, because I think that conversation needs to happen at a layer that's not just, that's not our jurisdiction from that. So please gather the conversation to a greater user group. And cameras are great. The feed to the APD then puts the APD on response when, in fact, we've got DOYON that's moving around there with all kinds of equipment to protect the logistics hub of our community. That's important to me. So I hope it is to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Mayor.
Well, we're happy to work with any entity in that area that is willing to work with us. If the Assembly wants to help facilitate conversations with the railroad in this regard, it would be most welcome, because their participation in enhancing security for part of the community that's served by various jurisdictions is important. But I would encourage the Assembly to make their wishes known, particularly as far as railroad participation is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think the conversation has started well. I think the most efficient use of our time would be to allow Mr. Evans, Public Safety Committee, to put this on the agenda, bring the players to the table, and adequately address what the plan will be going forward, if you would take that as a recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. It's a really good recommendation, and there's no one else in the queue. Mr. Ryan, I want to thank you for being here this evening, and as you can see, there's a lot of interest from this body to assist with that situation. Thank you. The next person to be heard is Stephanie Warnock and Representative Garantar regarding public safety issues in our neighborhoods. Welcome.
I am here to speak to the strain of the problems we're experiencing in Airport Heights and in our broader community.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you state your name and spell your last? Thank you.
Stephanie Warnock, W-A-R-N-O-C-K. There are also citizens from Mountain View that are with us today that will be standing up in support of what we're talking about. With only the slightest of revisions, my neighborhood could have written the letter written by the Valley of the Moon residents. We have been under 24-hour surveillance from theft with zero margin for error. Cars, bikes, and property have been snatched brazenly and systematically in ways reflective of organized crime. Homeless camps have been operating at times as shops and theft redistribution centers. Homeless camps and vagrants dot our area continually, moving from spot to spot and using our yards as shortcuts. The delicate ecosystems found in our greenbelt are destroyed. Piles of trash and streams turned into sewers left in the wake of each eviction. A vehicle was destroyed last week by arson. Homes have been broken into. There have been rapes, shootings, and frequent gunfire. Mostly, though, there has been the crescendoing strain of a pervasive, continual drip, drip, drip of so-called petty crime, eroding our sense of safety, our property values, and our quality of life. People are not at ease in their homes, yards, or streets. They are avoiding the parks and the trails and encouraging their children to do the same. People talk about leaving the neighborhood, leaving Anchorage, and leaving the state. People are understandably twitchy and suspicious. And beyond the impact of being a constant target or an actual victim, it takes a toll on one's health and humanity to continually witness the suffering associated with untreated mental illness, addiction, poverty, homelessness, and crime. It surrounds us everywhere we go, and it's now in our backyard. How can we not experience despair in the face of this despair, outrage in the face of the outrageous, fear in the response to threat? In our neighborhood, we're really trying to come together, building relationships, talking, and trying to do what we can. We have formed a community patrol and a neighborhood gardening group. The problem is we can't do this alone, and we can't do it without supportive resources. We are all very aware of the budget issues. We are currently spending a lot of our resources pushing the problem around. Even if my neighborhood managed to get all the problems out, where would they go? We need some stopgap measures, and we need creative thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hi there, I'm Garen Tarr, T-A-R-R, and we come to you for part of a friendly conversation. We know you're hearing from a lot of folks around Anchorage about public safety issues right now. And just like the gentleman that spoke before us, we wanted to offer some of the community-generated solutions that we've come up with. We passed this out to the municipal clerk, and so hopefully that's been distributed. I think that means we're out of time. What I do want to say is we know some of these require funding, but we are interested in a conversation about creative funding opportunities. Some of us, I know I hear from my neighbors, how can we help? People actually do want to give additional funding if there's a mechanism for doing that. So I don't want that to be our limitation to doing some of these potential emergency funding requests. A couple of the other things, a comprehensive audit of the streetlights, a comprehensive audit of green spaces, public meetings with APD on reporting crime. We think those are things that could happen with very little, extra effort. If we could just coordinate, and, we would appreciate the leadership of the mayor's office, who we know care very deeply about these issues, to say, designate a weekend just the way we do a creek cleanup, but have it be the weekend for, an audit of our streetlights. Get everyone reporting where there are those dark areas or unsafe spaces. I know that people they want to feel like they have an opportunity to help out and contribute in the way that they can. So we hope that these suggestions are ideas that could go before the Public Safety Committee. Some of our neighbors work during the day, and I have difficulty attending those other meetings, which was why the public appearance request tonight was such a wonderful opportunity. So we're really appreciative. On a couple of the other ideas, Public Safety Vista Volunteers or a partnership with JBEAR. These are ideas that neighbors have suggested. I don't know what potential exists for those, but I do know that there's a willingness and an eagerness from the people in our area that keep talking about these issues to be helpful, to work as a partner with all of you to do what we can as community members to improve public safety. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Did you cover everything you wanted to cover?
Well, there's enough on the list here. I think, I could read through them in case there are people listening that have have thought of these ideas, and maybe they have ways that we could complete them.
Okay, well, Elvie and I did send code enforcement up to Sunrise, and I'm told that house has been shut down. Remember that house that vagrants are running in and out of all the time? Code enforcement guaranteed me that house is now locked so nobody can get in there. So we are working on it. But you guys do a real good job getting the message out when something gets stolen. And it's happening not just in Airport Heights, it's all across Anchorage. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, and we know it's a difficult, complex set of issues that you're trying to address that have gone on for far too long. So the responsibility definitely does not fall on all of you, although we stand here, again, just wondering, what can we do as community members to strengthen our partnerships and, provide opportunities for citizens to really engage and be part of the solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mbosky.
Thank you, Representative Tarr. I think what your community is feeling, we're feeling, like you said, all through Anchorage. Mr. Abbott, would it be possible, I know I'm getting the request in Eagle River to have another town hall meeting, but I think it may be helpful if the mayor's office and APD got together with assembly districts and started having more discussions about neighborhood watches, how you start those. I know there's great links on APD's page, but I'm getting a lot of requests from Chugach, Eagle River. What are we going to do as a community? And communities are really activating now. So I would love to work with the administration to come up with a succinct model that we can replicate in different districts to try to engage neighborhoods, if you'd be willing to work with us on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Thank you very much. I'll take that, Mr. Abbott. We've already been doing that. We've been in various communities and community councils for the past week and a half. We have a program in place where we're advising people how to set up community patrols or trail watches. We have coordination with the Anchorage Police Department. They have community relations and community community staff that are in place to help us make sure that the community can participate more fully. But these are complex problems, and the problems of public safety in Anchorage are problems that exist for a multitude of reasons. They exist because our police force is chronically understaffed and has been for a while, and we've got a ways to go before we get to the point where it's fully staffed. Right now there's 386 officers, approximately 50 are in various phases of training. a full force for a community our size should be about 450 officers. At the same time, a lot of the problems we have been aggravated by what the state's been doing. The state is having problems with the Department of Corrections. People are walking away from some of their facilities. The state is drawing down the number of troopers in the Anchorage area, which places an additional burden on APD. The state has pulled back from its traditional role in supporting drug and alcohol rehabilitation and detox, and we're trying to backfill some of those issues. So there are a multitude of reasons that the problems are as aggravated as they have been of late. But this is a situation that we are addressing aggressively. We're going to require the Assembly's assistance as budget time comes forward if we're going to have the levels of public safety that the community seems to want. And we look forward to working with people more fully and in any neighborhood across Anchorage that's willing to work with us.
Can I follow up on my question?
Certainly, Mr. Bosky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question again is, I know I saw on the TV that you were in the Mountain View area. My question is for Chugiak Eagle River. I'll just ask about my district. We had a crime town hall a few months ago, which was great. APD, the DA, everybody showed up. But now as we're transitioning into neighborhood watches and stuff, what is our point of contact so Assembly members can work with the administration in order to get this message out and to disseminate it? Because I'll just tell you, I'm planning on having a town hall in the next 3 weeks, and I would love for the mayor's office to be there.
Madam Chair. So I've been going to Eagle River every 6 weeks or so where I have mayor's open house, and people are welcome to come. You're welcome to come, Madam Assembly Member. And we will continue to do those things. If there's a specific meeting about public safety, of course we will be there. And if the invitation is also extended to the police department, I'm sure that they'll attend as well. So if you're looking for a specific contact in our office, you can contact me, and I will tell you who on my staff is handling that specifically.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your comments. Mr. Trainee.
Mr. Mayor, I understand you'll be going to North Star Community Council for their meeting. I think it's on Thursday or Wednesday.
North Star's tomorrow, and it was Spenard last week, and I'll be West Anchorage tomorrow as well, or Thursday.
Some of us from the Assembly will be attending that meeting with you because you're absolutely right, Mr. Mayor. We've seen the state walk away from their obligation, and they're transferring the lack of dollars down to this city, and I can't wait to see what this new budget's going to do because we're going to get very creative on maintaining public safety in Anchorage. When you've got halfway homes or nothing more than walk in the front door and walk out the back door. And I see the newspaper accounts say escaped. What does escape mean for a halfway house? It just means you walk out the back door and keep on walking. The people are told not to try and stop them from leaving. And when you've got the state redoing the whole criminal process, they're dumping these people that belong in prison out on the streets. It is not a good time for the town of our size, Mr. Mayor. So thanks for getting involved in this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the coming to the Valley of the Moon meeting the other day, and for also coming to North Star here tomorrow, 14th, whatever it is. The situation is still getting worse. We had a murder this morning. Man on the loose. Neighborhood was locked down. It's still happening. Some of the measures that came up from that meeting was some more lighting in the park, some signage, opening up some of the areas that are hidey holes. We need to be able to do something in terms of being able to evict people sooner from some of the camps. And I know it's a legal issue, but maybe we just say there is no camping in the park, and that would give us some more enforcement. But there has to be some interim efforts, and I know that you're okay with that. But it's not getting better; it's getting worse, and hopefully you're going to come with some great ideas to the community council on the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Well, the lighting issue has already been addressed. The lighting on the Chester Creek Trail has been functional, but now we're extending its hours past park closing times, and that will continue to exist. We're also going to do things with wayfaring in terms of inventorying the lighting across the municipality. That's something that's an ongoing effort. As you know, the efforts to install better quality lights that are more affordable is a focus with us. So we will continue to do what we can. We have abated, that is to say, we have removed almost 900 camps. That is not to say there are 900 homeless people. It is not to say that all those camps belong to people who are homeless. And there is a danger in conflating homelessness with criminal activity, because that's not necessarily the case. A number of those camps have been abandoned or belong to people who are just transients and using them as partying sites. And so we're doing what we can to get rid of them, but it's taken a significant effort. Parks and Rec has removed more than 100 tons of garbage from these camps already this year, and we're going to continue with this effort moving forward. But as I said, these are complicated problems. It requires a concerted community effort to move forward, and I'm encouraged by the fact that so many people across Anchorage are willing to link arms and move us in a positive direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Warnock and Representative Tarr, for being here this evening. We have one more person to be heard. His name is Sam Daniel, regarding Girdwood Board of Supervisors. Welcome, sir. Please state your name, spell your last.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Sam Daniel. I'm the co-chairman of the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, and I am the Public Safety Supervisor for Girdwood. So, lo and behold, I'm here to talk to you about public safety. Big surprise. About a year and a half ago, the Alaska State Troopers announced that they would be closing their trooper post in Girdwood. Originally, that was going to happen back in December of this past year. Lo and behold, here we are some months later, and I had a conversation with Colonel Cockrell of the Alaska State Troopers this past Friday, in which he made it abundantly clear that the trooper post will close effective October the 1st and of this year, which is just a couple of weeks away, that any responses for public safety in Girdwood after that time will either come out of Anchorage or in the evenings out of Seward. That is an hour-and-a-half response time for any major emergency in Girdwood. In April's election of this last year, the community of Girdwood voted to give the Girdwood Board of Supervisors the authority to tax ourselves for public safety. And I'm pleased to tell you that we seized that opportunity and we have levied that tax. Folks in Girdwood are wanting to know why they don't have public safety today in Girdwood for that tax that was levied. We've been working diligently as the Girdwood Board of Supervisors and with our public safety committee that we have in Girdwood to try and put a contract in place. We had two groups that were interested in providing that service, the Alaska State Troopers and Whittier. Colonel Cockrell made it very clear last Friday that the troopers are off the table. They're not interested in putting in a proposal, and therefore we're going to continue negotiating with the city of Whittier. We've been working on this for about 6 months. There are several very large stumbling blocks for us, one of which is the 911 call forwarding system. I am here tonight to respectfully request that the Anchorage Assembly and that the Mayor's office and the administration give us additional support, whatever is needed to help us get this problem solved and to get a contract in place with the city of Whittier. I want to thank the municipal attorney, Mr. Bill Falsey, who has been absolutely spectacular. So has Mr. Abbott, and so has the mayor on helping us along in the process. But now is how the devil is in the details. Well, here we are, the 11th hour, and getting across the finish line is proving to be a real challenge. We have to figure out a way to deal with forwarding the 911 calls that come from Girdwood to the dispatch center in Anchorage at the Anchorage Police Department back to the Whittier Police Department. We need your help, and we need it now. And that's what I'm here tonight for, and I would be glad to talk to anyone about any of the other additional challenges we have in front of us. We're doing everything we can as a local service area board to make this happen, But this is beyond the pale of what volunteer board members can take care of. We need someone who's going to bird dog this for the administration on a daily and weekly basis. And if we don't get some satisfaction soon, then this entire assembly chamber is going to be full of folks from Girdwood, because they are not going to have any public safety down there in about 2 weeks. Thank you, Madam Chairman. If anyone has any questions, I'd be glad to respond to them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my question is for you or Mr. Evans. I would assume this would be like a number one priority on the Public Safety Committee's agenda, but I don't know when our next meeting is, and I mean, we need to fully get an understanding of exactly where Girdwood's at, and I think this would be appropriate for that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Evans?
Sure. Actually, it's going to require more, and I've already seen the emails between the mayor's office and Sam. A lot of the Public Safety Committee doesn't meet till after the troopers have already left Girdwood. So in that interim, it's going to have to be an effort. And I'm pretty sure already, Mr. Falsey and the mayor and Suzanne have been working on this. I saw the punch list from Sam that we're getting down to. One of the problems is also that we're not the only person involved. A lot of the time lag has been as contracts have sat in Whittier waiting. They don't have all the resources necessarily we do, but they have their end of things. So it is a priority. I understand Sam's frustration, but as far as I can tell, the administration is dedicated to working as fast as it can on getting these things worked out, and there seems to be progress being made, especially lately. But if there's any updates that Bill or anyone else can provide, but I think nobody is unmindful of the situation in Girdwood.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to just point out that and thank Sam and the rest of the GBOS for their work on this for over a year and a half. It has been absolutely amazing. They've been working extremely hard, very creative, very, very open process with tons of involvement from the entire community. And it's stumbled several times because it's a difficult problem, and they've been persistent and gotten through those. So we are very close to the end, but I think the GBOS continues to work on it diligently, but also, from my view, the administration has also been very, very focused on it and has not let this go. Their commitment to public safety in Girdwood is very strong, and I'm confident that it will go well and they'll have things worked out in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee?
Mr. Evans, as a member of your committee, if you want to have another special meeting, I'm more than willing to do that relative to public safety in Girdwood.
Yeah, I'll touch base with the administration. If there is any value in having a committee meeting on this issue, I don't know that we can bring the assets that Sam is talking about to the table from our committee meeting. But I'll be glad, as chair of that committee, to liaison with the administration and make sure that they are getting the attention that is needed to this.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like the Chief to come forward. Chief? We know we don't represent, we're not down in Girdwood. I can talk to you about Con Bundy's ridiculous legislation forever, but I won't do that. Chief, if we don't have troopers down there, what do we do, police department, to help Girdwood out? If there's an emergency, do we respond to that, or what do we do in a new scenario where they've got nobody down there?
Mr. Falsey, would you like me to answer that, or?
I want the public to know.
I'm always happy to defer to the Chief of Police.
Through the chair, Mr. Trainee, what would happen is we believe that if a call comes in, we would, and if we could not get a hold of individuals in Girdwood, that we would refer that to Soldotna Dispatch, to the troopers. Troopers would then be responsible for responding. For some reason we find out that they're not going to respond, certainly in a time of crisis, Anchorage Police Department would assemble what's necessary to go address the situation.
Okay. That's one. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Bosky?
Oh, Mr. Chief, please don't go anywhere. So let me get this straight, because I had to gasp a little when you answered. So what you're saying is, if there's an emergency at Girdwood, you're going to call the troopers and they're going to respond from Soldotna. As long as they respond, APD won't respond. I can't imagine that would be I mean, if an emergency happens, obviously we're closer than Soldotna. You would still respond, right?
Chief, Soldotna is where the trooper dispatch office is. It's not necessarily where the troopers are. The call would be to find out if the highway patrol assigned troopers were closer to Girdwood than APD is.
That's a much better. I was going to say my heart stopped for half a second because that's more appropriate. Thank you. We just want to make sure. I don't think it matters what part of the municipality we're from. I think everybody recognizes if there's an emergency in Girdwood, frankly, I don't care. Whoever's closest, I want to go. They're still within the municipality, and during this time of gray area, I think we have a fundamental responsibility to serve all residents of the municipality. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Vosky. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we have this opportunity and everybody's focused on this issue. I think it is a good time to point out, in case this body is not aware of it, which I hope is not the case, but even as we work towards resolving this issue for Girdwood, it does not resolve the issue for other places in the city of, within the municipality of Anchorage. The rest of Turnagain Arm will still be without police protection and will be in this limbo land once the troopers pull out of their area. So, this is, Girdwood's a big part of that population down there, but we still have a big problem of people within the municipality not actually being covered by police protection.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
I have one more.
Quickly, please, sir.
Comment.
Thank you.
I'm the expert on this. I'm the one who's gone to all the meetings. I know exactly what's going on with this issue. We need someone in the mayor's office. I would suggest Suzanne Fleet Green, as chief of staff, to follow up on this on a daily basis. We need APD to work directly with the city of Whittier to resolve the PSAP problem so that we can have 911 calls come directly from APD to Whittier. We need those two things. If you folks can help us with those two things, we'll get a lot of this resolved. I hear what Mr. Evans is saying about the rest of Turnagain Arm. We asked Bird Creek, Indian, and Rainbow if they wanted to be a part of Proposition 9, and they said no at that time. I think that's unfortunate. But I got to tell you, when it is very disconcerting for the folks in Girdwood, when they call 911 at 10 o'clock at night, and the troopers say, this is not a life-threatening situation, we're not coming. Or if it is a life-threatening situation, it's going to be an hour to an hour and a half. So I'm here to tell you, I need someone to call me tomorrow and tell me what's going to happen on this. Or the next assembly meeting, we will be on the agenda and we will fill this chamber with Girdwood folks.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the Mountain View Plan, Ms. Dombowski, did you have a moment of personal privilege that you wanted to make a point?
Thank you. Well, I want to just say we had a lot of students here from Chugac High School tonight, and they all diligently stayed their entire 2 hours, but you saw a mass exit at right about 7 o'clock. However, I still see some in the audience. So as with tradition, Madam Chair, if there's students here from a government class and you're getting credit, we would love for you to come up to the microphone, introduce yourself, and tell us what high school you attend. Don't be shy. Everybody does it.
It's now or never.
It's now we don't sign your letters and take our signature.
Hi, my name is Quinn McClure, and me and my friend Chris are currently in Waylis's class and are doing this for Assistant Action Project, and I am from Diamond High School.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Brightspecker, and I'm from Eagle River High, and I'm from Mr. Warren's class.
Hi, I'm Danny Thomas, and
You can take it now.
I'm from Eagle River High School in Mr. Warren's class, too.
Hi, I'm Sarah Feinstein. I'm from AP Government class with Miss Campbell at Eagle River High School, and our project is to get more involved into government and to see issues based on public safety and other issues that deal with both the federal and the local governments.
I'm Hope Cronin. I also attend Eagle River High. I attend Mr. Warner's government class. I'd also like to take note that I'm also very active in things like this because my father, Stuart Cronin, is currently working with Anchorage PD on stuff with like public safety.
I'm Brendan Stiles. I'm in Miss Sullivan's government class and from Chugiak High School.
Hi, I'm Caitlin Farley. I also attend Chugiak High School, and I also have Miss Sullivan as my government teacher.
Hi, I'm Trevor McNamara. I am also in Miss Sullivan's U.S. government class at Chugiak High School.
That was emergency staff.
I know.
Hi, my name is Maddie Spackman, and I go to Chugiak High School, and I am in Miss Sullivan's government class.
Hello, my name is Max Young. I'm from Service High School, and I'm in Mr. Sands' U.S. government class.
My name is Laura Barber, and I'm in Miss Campbell's AP Government class at Eagle River High School.
My name is Chris Rice, and I am in Mr. Wheelis's government class at Diamond High School.
Hello, I'm Dennis Dalpit from Eagle River High School, and I'm in Mr. Warren's U.S. government.
My name is Bailey Rogers, and I go to Chugiak High School, and I'm in Miss Sullivan's government class as well.
I'm Jensen Fulmer. I go to Chugiak High School, and I'm also in Miss Sullivan's government class.
I'm Luke Oldham, and I go to Chugiak High School.
I'm Justin Little, and I go to Eagle River High School for Mr. Warren.
I'm Grant Barkhurst, and I'm from Eagle River, and I go to Miss Campbell's.
I'm Veronica Stewart, and I go to Eagle River for Mr. Warren's class.
My name's Hunter George, and I'm in Mr. Warren's class at Eagle River as well.
My name's Andrea Hernandez, and I go to Diamond High School, and I'm in Mr. Wheelis's classroom.
My name is Bridie Knittle, and I go to Miss Sullivan's government class at Chugiak High School.
My name is Michaela Valdez Taylor. I'm with Miss Sullivan at Chugiak High School.
My name is Sage Hageder. I also take Gov with Miss Sullivan at Chugiak High School.
My name is Sarah, and I'm in Miss Sullivan's government class in Chugiak High School.
Hi, my name's Hannah Moss, and I go to Diamond High School, and I'm in Mr. Wheelis's government class.
Thank you all for being here. The body voted to change the order of the day, so we are now at agenda item 14I, AO 2016-101, an ordinance adopting the Mountain View Targeted Neighborhood Plan as an element of the comprehensive plan. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome. Please state your name, spell your last.
Hi, I'm Radhika Krishna.
And I'm Daniel George, George. I've served for 4 years as the president of the Mountain View Community Council, and it's a pleasure to come before you this evening. We have quite a turnout, as you can see behind me, so I'll try and be as brief as possible. It's regular for folks to come here and have grievances and bring problems before you, but we're glad that Mountain View has an opportunity to overwhelm you this evening with something positive. I want to thank the Planning Department staff, the Anchorage Community Land Trust, and the hundreds of volunteers who gave their time to make this possible. I want to specifically thank Radhika Krishna, Kirk Rose, and Jewel Jones from the Anchorage Community Land Trust for their work over 4 years to make this possible. In 2012, the Mountain View Community Council requested and passed a resolution, and it came before the Assembly for adoption to request that a sponsor organization help us to create a neighborhood plan. And the ACLT was that organization. Here we are 4 years later with that plan through planning and zoning before you. It was a pleasure to work with you last Friday on a work session on this as well. It started in 2012 with an invitation to dream. The Community Land Trust helped us put together a 2-day summit at Clark Middle School where we had 150 residents from the neighborhood spend a weekend dreaming up what we could do with the neighborhood and what visions we wanted to accomplish to make it our community of choice. And dreaming is the easy part, doing is where you have to really roll up your sleeves. I also want to note at this point that the Anchorage Community Land Trust has done this plan at the cost of about $10,000 and about 80 hours of Planning Department staff time. I want to thank Mr. Flynn for helping us get that resource. This is probably the best deal on any neighborhood plan you'll ever get, and I want to largely credit the Anchorage Community Land Trust for that. This plan gives us an opportunity for accountability and continuity of vision. Members of community councils come and go, administrations come and go, assembly members come and go, executive directors of nonprofits come and go, though some reincarnate in many different forms over the years. But this plan allows us to have a continuity of vision. We have an expressed vision in Mountain View, and we want to be able to have something that will guide future development and hold ourselves accountable.
And I want to talk a little bit about how much public input and how much public engagement has got into this plan. We started off in 2012 with the community summit that Daniel talked about, but over the last 3 years, we think that 1,000 Mountain View residents, that's 1 out of 7 in our neighborhood, have engaged with this plan. I personally have sat at the Red Apple in the library and surveyed over 100 Mountain View residents. We've done focus groups at Clark Middle School, at Rural Cap, with business owners, and we held a huge open house last summer where 300 Mountain View residents came. And also we've worked with JBEAR, our neighboring community councils, and we believe this is truly a grassroots neighborhood plan. Everything in this plan is not dreamed up by committee. It's something that neighbors have decided through surveys, through open houses, through events that they want to see for their neighborhood. Our plan is a community development plan. What we found out from neighbors is that infrastructure and services matter to them. So our top 5 priorities are improving Davis Park, adding pedestrian amenities, adding bus routes, paving alleys, and redeveloping blighted and vacant properties. And so there's been a lot of work that has gone into the plan up to this point, but we're also excited for this next phase, which is making the plan a reality and implementing everything that's in here.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Carla McConnell, MCCONNELL. I am on the board of the Northeast Community Council. In October of 2015, our good neighbors, Mountain View, came and asked us for our support for their targeted neighborhood plan, in which we passed this resolution. We, the NECC, support the Mountain View Targeted Neighborhood Plan and support its full adoption by the municipality and the Assembly. And that passed 15-0 with our council. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kirk Rose, R-O-S-E. I just want to be on the record saying that great families live in Mountain View and that I love Mountain View. This plan coherently and systematically progresses the neighborhood forward and has an amazing input. Over 1,000 people in our neighborhood participated. I hope that we take another moment of personal indulgence to invite our Mountain View Boys and Girls Club kids to come up and introduce themselves, many of whom are here tonight. I'm most proud of the implementation chapter, which is the 3rd chapter of the neighborhood plan. This is the community owning the results of the plan and pushing it forward in partnership with the City of Anchorage. This is Anchorage's first community development plan, and I'm saying that is inherently different than neighborhood planning as we've known it in this city, and I think that's a positive step forward. I support the direction of planning moving towards community development plans, and I believe in the Mountain View neighborhood plan. I'm very grateful for the chance to be in front of you tonight.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. I was going to acknowledge Mayor Berkowitz. I'm sure he's still here somewhere, and thank you, Madam Chair, Greg Jackson, and all of the Assembly members. This is my first visit here, and I am astonished. It is late. You have weighed a number of things. I do not envy you. So very truly, thank you. My name is Dr. Robin Neinfeldt, N-I-N-E-F-E-L-D-T. I am representing Alaska Regional Hospital as the medical director and physician for the community clinic, which we hope to open in November in the Mountain View neighborhood. It will be located across from Clark. I've actually met some of these young, fine individuals. It has been long established that without a healthy community...
I don't mean to interrupt you, but
absolutely.
let me just make a really quick comment. We're going to have all the children come up and introduce themselves, so if you want to stay seated until we get to that part of this meeting, that would be probably the best way to handle this, so you don't have to stand in line. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. We've known since Roman times that the health of a community and a people is dependent upon the health of the individual. And we can paint all the buildings that we want, we can have all the artwork that we want, but if we do not pay attention to the basic physical needs of the individual, we'll make little progress. fortunately, and I'm very excited about this because I grew up here and on the east side, we're able to start addressing that. And I'm here to bring a little bit of light in the current climate of public safety issues and budget. With primary care in the neighborhood, we hope to be able to save at minimum $700,000 for the state in addressing preventative illness and illnesses that are taking individuals to the hospital and having inpatient stays. So anyway, I'm here to offer hope and excitement and support of this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Thank you for speaking about your mission to Alaska Regional Hospital. Is that right?
Correct.
There's a statement in the plan that talks about Providence doing something across from Clark Middle School. Are they not doing that then? Is that?
Not my understanding. It's Alaska Regional. It's a 3701 Mountain View, so it's directly across. So that may have been.
Maybe I read it wrong, but I thought Providence was the earmark on that. So kudos to Alaska Regional for stepping up to that. Is it a building that you're going to build or buy, or what's the clinic going to look like?
So ACLT has been huge in helping us get the space renovated. It's under renovation right now. Signage will be going up this week. And like I said, we hope to be open for cradle-to-grave care in November.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sue Samet, S-A-M-E-T. I'm the supervisor at Sitka Place with Rural Camp, and I am in support of this plan. The Mountain View Community Council embraced and supported our project. This is housing to support homeless folks, and they have always been far-reaching, looking forward ahead, and this is a wonderful plan, and we're very pleased to be part of Mountain View. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Paul Wackrow, W-A-C-K-R-O-W. And I'm speaking on behalf of NeighborWorks Alaska to voice our support for adopting the Mountain View Neighborhood Plan. NeighborWorks has been working in this community for over 15 years, starting with earlier plans to facilitate revitalization efforts. And while this neighborhood plan builds off those earlier documents, the scale of the planning effort here is really unlike anything that's taken place before, really led and directed by the input of hundreds and possibly thousands of stakeholders. I've read the plan and gone over a lot of the supporting documentation, and the conclusions in the plan genuinely reflect the community that has worked to develop this document over the last 4 years. So we hope this plan can be adopted tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Linda Infante Lyons. That's I-N-F-A-N-T-E. Lyons, and I'm an artist and a business owner. I've been in Mountain View for 4 years now. I'm currently leasing an artist studio through the Anchorage Community Land Trust. This is actually located in the same building in which there will be a clinic on the other side that we just spoke about. I'm just here to voice my support for this plan. I'm especially excited about plans to revitalize the commercial sector of Mountain View, bring in more business, bring in people from outside of the community into Mountain View. Our business is located on that corridor, that multi-use corridor, which is Mountain View Drive. So again, I am very excited about this plan, and I'd like to voice my support.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Ms. Jones. I thought you retired.
I did. I did. But I had to come back for this. As I was going to say, I've had so many former titles, I don't know which one I'm going to use tonight, but I am here in support of this plan and was very privileged to have the opportunity to be there at the beginning of this discussion. The Anchorage Community Land Trust is moving on to new opportunities and great things. When I started there temporarily, which lasted 7 years, we weren't sure where we were going, and we knew we needed to engage the community, to be a part of the community, and we certainly do appreciate the fact that they allowed us the opportunity to come in and work in Mountain View, and they're still there doing great things. The plan was more than just an idea. It really did involve people. It wasn't driven by outside forces. It was all about what people wanted to do. So to see this culmination tonight is really very, very important. But I also want to say thank you to the planning department. We had no idea how we were going to do it. We just knew that it was something important to do. Radhika came in and said, let me give it a shot, and she did it. But the planning department really helped and guided and stuck with us to make it happen. So it's just another thank you to them, and thank you to the Assembly.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Beth Nordlund, Nordlund, Executive Director of the Anchorage Park Foundation, and here tonight to support the Mountain View Neighborhood Plan. Mountain View has been an active neighborhood partner with all the park and trail improvements we've done in Mountain View in recent years. This fall, we will invite you to a ribbon cutting when we put in some new signs that are our first signs in the city for wayfinding along the Ship Creek Trail to connect the neighborhood of Mountain View to the trail system more effectively. This weekend, we'd like to invite you to cut the ribbon on a new inclusive playground in Mountain View at Duldita Park. It's going to be really exciting and very welcoming. We have in the past, of course, worked with Polar Little League and several classrooms in Mountain View to improve different parks, William B. Lyons parks, and great partner with the Boys and Girls Club. So thank you for allowing us to weigh in and be in support of neighbor power all over the city. And thank you, Anchorage Community Land Trust, for all that you do.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
Beth, would you be able to work with Mr. Rada and tell us what Davis Park will look like? Budget time's coming and some of that stuff. You know, budget drives some of the developmental challenges that we have, and the community's reaching out strongly about Davis Park. And I don't know exactly what that looks like, both financially as well as the design and development. You know, we've got Beach Lake Park, Kincaid, some of the anchor parks, and where I think they want to go is an anchor park with a central theme, but I don't know what that looks like. So between now and sometime in the future, can you get some thoughts on paper with Mr. Rada and get that to us?
Absolutely. Davis Park has a new master plan, and we're excited to help them implement all the pieces of that master plan. I know next summer we're going to be ready and able to participate in getting Davis Park a disc golf route, but there are many things that can be done in Davis Park to have it be a more active space and a safe space.
So don't forget winter sports. Those are helpful too. So gets people out there skiing and things.
Whatever the neighbors want.
Yeah, but follow through with that comment if you can get us a summary that the Assembly can chew on between now and budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Steele?
Run off. Trail connectivity as well. That's another big issue. I'm not sure that we have any solutions to it at this point, but to the Eagle River Trail or the trail along the highway and Ship Creek Trail, and I'm not sure if there's also a connectivity that goes across or should go across to connect, the Chester Creek Trail and things like that.
I hear you loud and clear. I would like to start with the fact that you can stand at the top of the hill by Tyson Elementary and have no idea where the Ship Creek Trail is. And access to 250 miles of trail system is just a few feet away. A sign will go a long way to connect that neighborhood.
Is there also physical work that needs to be done to extend a little portion of a trail?
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee?
Beth, as we go forward with Davis, I want to make sure that the feds are giving us a 25-year lease on that park, because for us to go to voters and say, hey, we want to do all these wonderful things with the dollars, but oh, by the way, we may lose it in a year. I want 25-year lease on that piece of property. So I understand they're working on it, but do you know where it's at yet?
I think it's faring very positively. We're not going to spend any money until we're given the green light, but all is looking well on that front.
Mr. Starr was talking about the budget. We are starting it, and we'd sure like to include Davis Park in there, but I just really am concerned. I want to see 25-year lease put in effect for that.
We did get Davis Park as part of the 2016 bond, so we have some bond funds to spend in Davis Park. We'll be ready to do that as soon as we get the green light.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, Ms. Nordlund. There's no one else in the queue. Good evening, ma'am. Or sir. Hi.
Hi, my name is Don Crandall. I'm a very proud resident of Mountain View and moved there about 11 years ago because I was excited about what was going on in the neighborhood. And I think, I definitely support this neighborhood plan. It's just a dream come true, and it just shows the vitality and the persistence and the dedication and the way that different groups have worked together to accomplish this. I mean, this is a very difficult task, and we really owe the Land Trust a big, and Radica really was kind of the strong and guiding hand behind this, but we involved so many different partners. I don't want to mention names because I'm going to leave somebody out, but there are a lot of them, and that's all in addition to the many residents that participated in this great project. And it's very exciting. I think it's going to help Mountain View continue to be a vital, vibrant neighborhood and a self-sustaining neighborhood and a very special place to live. Please support this.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tasha Hotch, H-O-T-C-H. I'm a Mountain View resident. I've lived there for 15 years. And I support the Mountain View plan. Some reasons why I support it. One, I think that the increase in the bus service to that community would make a huge difference to the people that live there and work there and utilize services there. And then two, I really enjoyed the amount of community input that we were able to have. When I first went to the community summit 4 years ago, I did not know that it was for the neighborhood plan. But I do know that I saw people from all generations there. My son was there. He was 8 years old at the time, and he had a lot of input. And since then, I've helped participate in getting some of that input from other members of the community, and I see how this has had a lot of contribution. And I think that it's important to note that the people who are going to be utilizing these services in 20 years are the people who've been putting in the most input. So I'd like to see this move forward, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is James Wileman, W-I-L-E-M-A-N. First off, would like to thank the mayor and the assembly for your service. I know elected office is a tough job. Appreciate you doing it. I'm the chief operating officer and interim president for Credit Union One as well. We've been a long time business. Feels like a long time in Mountain View. Opened there in June of 2010. And Mountain View has been everything we hoped and more in our effort to bring financial services to the neighborhood. Definitely are here in support of the plan on behalf of the credit union and also on behalf of myself personally. I personally moved my family up here from Sitka to be the first branch manager of the Mountain View branch. And in working in Mountain View, you spend more time at work than you do at your own home. The neighborhood is special, and this is a plan that's going to help it get to the next level, and definitely encourage the assembly to take that into consideration in favor of adding this plan. I'd also like to recognize Anchorage Community Land Trust's efforts, but also efforts of many others, kind of like former president of the Mountain View Community Council, Don Crandall said. So many people have put their effort into this plan, and neighborhoods in Anchorage always have a way of coming together to work to get what they need. But I think in Mountain View, you see it on such a unique level that it could be a model for us all to accomplish quite a lot in a really short amount of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I've been up here a while, and I know your challenge when you were asked as a business to come into Mountain View and provide those financial services. That was a significantly lacking item probably 8 or 10 years ago. And so kudos for you and your company for stepping into that, and I hope it's been everything you wanted it to be. It sounds like your comments here, it has been. I haven't looked at your facilities or driven by them, but I remember the conversation that the community came to us before and needed core services, and yours was great that you did it. So I remember. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I would also submit that really it was us that asked, to go there and did that. And it has been everything, that we expected and more. You'll hear testimony from some others, including folks who work at the branch today, about that here in a little bit as well.
Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you,
sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. State your name and spell your last. Thank you.
My name is Kenneth Lavea, Lavea.
My name is Stanley Norberto, Nolberto.
My name is Faison Murray, Murray.
And we support the adoption of the Mountain View Targeted Neighborhood Plan. We just wanted to say thank you for your support. And you want to say something?
Why do I have to do this more? Okay, anyways. Okay, we just wanted to say that Mountain View's helped us stay out of trouble. The Boys and Girls Clubs helped us stay off the streets. We play basketball every Friday, and Mr. Dave and Mr. C have been a big help to the teenagers to keep us off the streets, to make sure we don't end up like, everybody else that's been passing away. So we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much.
I don't have to do
Good evening, Chrissy.
Good morning. Good evening. My name is Chrissy Bell, last name Bell, and I am the Senior Vice President of Communications and Culture at Credit Union One. And through my role at the Credit Union over the past 6 years, I have had the privilege to work with the Mountain View community through community engagement activities at our branch, including co-chairing the Mountain View Street Fair for 2 years. And through that work, Mountain View has easily become my favorite neighborhood in Anchorage. It's an incredible place. I love being there, doing the work that we do there, and the revitalization that's happened over the past several years has been incredible to be a part of. And this plan is the next evolution of that. So I encourage you guys to adopt the plan, and a stronger Mountain View is going to equal a stronger Anchorage. And I can't wait to see where Mountain View goes next. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Nikki Gardepe, Gardepe. I am the current manager of the Mountain View location of Credit Union One. And I wanted to kind of give you an idea of how Credit Union One and the plan align. As James had said, that we came into the neighborhood over 6 years ago, and it was a kind of a bold move to bring banking back into an area that hadn't seen it for over 20 years. Most of the people in Mountain View, a vast majority of the people, preferred to be unbanked. So it was our privilege to go in and try and educate people how to use banking services and trying to provide those. Mountain View was planted in June of 2010, and it's in a thriving community, much like we've become. And I've been fortunate enough to be there from the beginning, and I appreciate that. It was determined through the research, again, that was unbanked, but it was financial education and guidance that helped empower people know what banking was. With this growing confidence in their money skills, people began to see fruits of their labor, so they were able to do things that they didn't think were possible, such as purchase vehicles, have a banking account, something that seems so easy to us and similar to us. It's something that's very foreign to many. Buying vehicles, even getting credit, something that again was something very unusual to them. Financial freedom was something that they had gotten in turn. Many members that we've come in contact, sometimes daily, have become an extension of our families, and we consider as friends, and we've developed relationships with our community. We're providing financial services and meeting their individual needs and keeping their best interest at heart. So much time of this has been invested in this neighborhood, the neighborhood of the year, right? We have the sign out there. I think it's still worthy of that. I think it's still neighborhood of the year. This neighborhood is where people get together for community and social events. They've got a very active leadership that is looking out for the great families that reside and work in the area. And it's definitely a place where really great families live. It's a place that I've had the privilege to serve through banking services as well as through personal business over there as well. I think that the adoption of the plan is going to be not just good for the neighborhood, it's going to be good for the city as a whole. A better neighborhood there is going to be a better continuum of growth, health and financial wellness throughout the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Angela Jimenez. I used to be a resident of Mountain View. Today I'm a business owner in Mountain View. I own McKinley Services, which is a PCA provider. And right now at this point, I have 140 employees from Mountain View. So besides the big hole that is in Mountain View with the lack of jobs opportunity in my office, I have 140 employees. So I just want to say that the plan, I've been working with the ACLT since inception. So I've been a long run with the ACLT. And, we have worked, Jewel and everybody else here at ACLT and all the board members, we have worked very hard for this. And I'm here to support the plan for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Evening. My name is Sharon Pulo Isako, and this is my daughter Lourdes. And so I wanted to share that I was a previous resident with Mountain View for 10 years. I enjoyed living there. I currently work with 2 agencies there, the Mountain View 9-Star Career Development Office, the lead director for the workforce there, the job center there, and the lead marketing personnel for the Alaska Cricket League. What I wanted to share are a few things within the section, Chapter 2, Section 6, and Chapter 3, Section 6, 1, and B. The career development is definitely here. This past, this recently just served over 300 families this past summer. That's a great amount of numbers with a team of 3 full-time employees and 1 volunteer directly from that site. And I have 2 of my employees, so if you guys can stand up, I have Lauren Bailey here and Iris Hunter. And so again, we love what we do. The adoption is definitely a plan that we support, and that we ask that again that you support it as well, because again, it's going to help us reduce the unemployment rate that's going on in Mountain View right now. Again, with the extra services, the on-the-job training programs, the job retention training programs. So again, with the adoption, it's definitely going to succeed that. Moving towards the Alaska Cricket League, this summer alone, the league played 90% of their games, including their championship tournament, at Davis Park. We enjoyed it so much. The cultural diversity, along with the Hmong market there, it was amazing. The only downfall that I happened to see over the summer is obviously a few of the campgrounds that was happening back in the rugby field where we played at. Some of it, obviously, things that people just left behind was obviously unsafe for our children, but we enjoyed the park. It was beautiful and expanding enough. And then, of course, Lourdes, she attends the Boys and Girls Club upstairs. So again, Mountain View, 9 stars downstairs, Boys and Girls. And so I get the luxury of bringing my daughter to work. And she goes upstairs, play, and do her karate thing and all that lovely stuff. So again, that we hope, again, that you Assembly do support the plan, because I do. And again, with the planners involved, I appreciate all they do. So thank you.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, ma'am. I'd be glad to support the plan if you could explain to me exactly how cricket is played and scored.
So,
you don't have to do it now. But
you're right.
No,
right.
call
the
them.
Polynesian
Give
cricket
them a call.
is a little different from the British cricket. Our bats are a bit bigger. The pitch is a bit bigger, but it's a wonderful game. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Garen Tar. I just want to also add my voice to those in support of the Mountain View Targeted Plan. Huge thank you. I'm so lucky to get to work with these folks. I can't claim any credit for anything good that's coming about here, but just so thankful that all of you are getting to hear how much support there is and energy for the good things that are happening in Mountain View. Thanks to our Assemblymen for helping with getting the resources to do the plan. So hopefully it's a unanimous vote tonight in support of Mountain View. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David Barney, B-A-R-N-E-Y. I'm the manager of the Mountain View Community Center Boys and Girls Club. I have been since January 2008. Been in front of a lot of you folks before when our funding was getting cut, so it's nice to be back in a different capacity. Along those same lines, I'd like to say forgive me, and also a little apologies for the kids that we brought out. We brought about 30 kids tonight. We had to get them out of here because we got parents waiting back at the club. So I apologize for any discretions, but if we want a participatory government, that's where it starts. I'm just here to support the plan with those other 30 kids. I just ask you to look it over. It's really inclusive. I've been a part of it. The neighborhood's been a part of it. It's been ongoing for years. Thank you much.
You're welcome. Good evening.
My name is Mustafa Ali, ALI. I'm here to support the Land Trust and the community working together, and I think they do wonderful work, and it's a place that we can go back and hold accountable and say, this is what we are missing out, so what you guys are doing. And I think as a resident of Mountain View for quite some time, it is important to have a people that working, for the community and consulting, and also had a lot of work. So I haven't be part of it or done anything work, but I do greatly see what they have done, and I hope to just show my support and you guys consider them to implement it. And I think Mountain View is a great place for my family, and I live in. And I would like to see more attention in Mountain View. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
My name is Virginia McClure, MCCLURE, and I'm the manager of the Mountain View branch of the Anchorage Public Library. And I just want to say we wholeheartedly support the Mountain View Targeted Neighborhood Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Before I close the public hearing, I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out this evening, because there are some not so nice things happening in our community, but you just proved to everybody watching that there's some really great things happening. So thank you. Mr. Flynn, before I close the public hearing?
Once you're done.
Okay. Public hearing is now closed. Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I can't possibly top any of that. I do want to echo Mr. George's point. This is the most cost-effective neighborhood plan this city will ever see. And Radhika, that goes to you.
Mr. Flynn, would you like to make a motion?
If you really want one, yeah, sure. I'll move to approve, sorry.
Thank you. And a second?
And so really there's nothing else to say that hasn't already been said, other than now all of you, if you didn't before, realize just what a privilege it is to represent the community of Mountain View. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Starr?
I shamelessly plug the district I represent from time to time, but in this case, I think the comparisons between the Mountain View area and perhaps the downtown Eagle River district are there. They're both high-quality places with engaged citizens. And that's, I believe, the key and the element is when you drive the communities and people are shopping and walking and are out and about. And so I shop in Mountain View. Like Eagle River, you have to want to go there. You have to make that right-hand turn and go there. But you go there for Butcher Supply Shop. You go there for McGee Auto. You go there now for the Bass Pro Shops, 6 Rob Lee's. All those core businesses, Signco, up and down that corridor, you have engaged people that are willing to take the risk and put their roots down in employment sectors and other common areas. We have that in the Eagle River market as well. So I learned from those learning moments. I digress just a little bit here because I would like and would have loved to have people in the room that perhaps jump-started some of this back in the day. I can see Mr. Posey started with moving the transformer station in the corner there and taking risks with Glen Square perhaps, but I speak about Mayor Begich in particular, as well as Mary Jane Michaels and some people that really got aggressive about tearing stuff down and widening streets and asking us on the assembly back in the day when I was here to write those checks, if you will. And Mayor Berkowitz take the lead on some of that. There was, much like your legislative grant program this year, focusing on one thing. Mayor Begich convinced us to take the whole HUD program and put it in that area. And I remember doing that going, man, I hope this works, because we sacrificed other parts of the community by focusing the HUD dollars on one area, and it worked. And so I think the plan is great. Sort of my lecture from a legislative perspective is that now what I want to see is individual champions of the elements in there. I asked Ms. Nordland to partner with John Rada. But if you don't have a Chamber of Commerce, I don't know that you do, you need to get a Chamber of Commerce so they can represent your business model to us as well as collectively come together. Chugach Eagle River Chamber of Commerce speaks loud and clear to myself and Ms. Dembowski when they need something. So those champions are there. I don't know who can answer the question. I certainly will take the interest offline is the housing element, the model that somebody needs a champion on that. Whoever did, I believe it's the Ridgeline development there down the street from the Special Olympics, should win an award. I don't know if it was a private development or whatever, but they've done tremendous work there. I would love something like that to occur in the Eagle River model. So hopefully we can learn from those that are addressing perhaps the affordable housing. They certainly look great. They're in a mixed-use development. All the things that we talked about in Anchorage 2020 that are now starting to become part of that walkable community. It's a learning moment for us, I hope. I'll be off the body in April, but and I certainly don't take credit for Mountain View. That's not why I'm speaking here, but I want to illustrate that when a vision can be spoken to from the leadership, perhaps it's the mayor, on down to leaderships at the Assembly. Mr. Traney, I think you were chair at the time, cheerleading to us the cause. It's great to see that tonight. We need to do that as a community across the board. But it's more than just a plan on paper now. I need, and the body up here is going to need sort of champions of every one of those models to continue to collectively come together and lobby us. Just tell us this is how it needs to be, whether it be budgets or this street or that design element inside Title 21 doesn't work for us. We need to change it. In our case, we did an overlay district out in our area to meet the specific needs and the individual characteristics. Mountain View is not far behind that. Those individual characteristics are what's making you guys rise up as a group saying, we like it here. We like it where we're at, and you're going to fight to keep it, and you're going to fight to develop it. I can just feel it in this room. So you're going to get it from us. You're going to get it from me, hopefully at budget times in that, as well as, sort of the strategies with the housing and urban development grant programs that come our way and sort of the collective speak. So hopefully that's an educated conversation because you guys have it nailed. You have it together. You understand what it takes to develop. There was one plan that I read cover to cover. I told that to Mr. Flynn over the course of dinner tonight. We get a lot of plans. We get a lot of lip service and verbiage. But when you read those elements in there, somebody thought about every sentence. So great for that. It's easy to support. But I like those good feel items, but I also like, in my reputation, is the hard work that comes next. So let's keep going on that. If somebody can feed me the Ridgeline Development Group and how that happened, I'd love to see that on my email. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Traney?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would say really quick that, Cook Inlet Housing Authority really, who's worked out in Eel River also, has been responsible for working with the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation. So it's a combination of those two and all of the housing, which we didn't mention tonight, but really they have been the catalyst to bring housing into that.
You need more of it, but it's great. Yeah.
Mr. Starr, if I could speak also, I just wanted to note that they have won an award. They won the HUD Secretaries Award, which is the highest award from our U.S. federal government. So I wanted to give that honor and recognition to Cook Inlet Housing Authority.
Yeah, outstanding. Keep encouraging them to do work in your neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Traney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to thank those that came to our work session on Friday. It was a very good work session. Thank you very much. And this plan is great. It's what we wanted to see. I remember when Mayor Beggars was trying to sell everybody on putting a bank there. There wasn't a bank there for years. You remember Jewel? And they said a bank couldn't happen there. But that builds a community. And what we've done with the school going in there and the library, and you guys have got a very good plan here. I look forward to this one being instituted. I'll be supporting this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this plan was put together by a lot of sweat from local neighbors and thought out very well, put together very well. It reads like someone really wants this to happen. And so you definitely have my support. You've set the bar real high for any other neighborhoods that are going to be putting their plan together. They could actually use this as a template for putting their plans together. So congratulations, great job. I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That was approved unanimously. Again, thank you all for being here this evening. We are now at agenda item number 14A, AR 2016-218, a resolution regarding employees on training, special duty, premium pay, International Association of Firefighters. Public hearing is now open.
Madam Chair, point of personal privilege.
Ms. Dombowski?
Madam Chair, I have a disclosure to make. Sorry, I'm just trying to open up my Board of Ethics opinion. Madam Chair, this is a resolution between the municipality and Local 12, IAFF Local 1264, of which my husband is a member. Pursuant to the Board of Ethics opinion issued, let's see, what date it is? July 8th, 2015. The Board of Ethics found that after review of AMC 1.15.035D, the board concludes the following matters would not require disclosure. One of those items was labor matters with administrative agreements or administrative letters addressing matters in which members of your husband's working group are not grievance to the parties behind the agreement. As I look at this particular issue, I don't believe my husband is a grievant. However, I want to make sure I put a full disclosure out there. Ben is a fire captain at Station 11. He is also a state trainer, and he does train for the fire department sometimes during their academies and whatnot. So I have no idea if he actually is a member of this. I don't believe he is, but it's a little closer to home than I typically participate. So because of that and my lack of knowledge as to whether he's a grievant or not, I would just ask to be excused.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Since you're asking to be excused, the chair is going to grant that. So please leave the room. Thank you. And don't forget to come back. Okay, once again, we are now at agenda item number AR 2016-218, a resolution approving an administrative agreement between the MOA and the International Association of Firefighters 1264 regarding employees on training, special duty, premium pay. Public hearing is now open again. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval, Madam Chair.
And a second. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That thank you. That item was approved. We are now at agenda item number 14B, AR 2016-233, a resolution appropriating $832,951 from the state of Alaska, $242,082 from general government operating budget, Department of Health and Human Services.
Waive reading, Madam Chair.
$242,982 as a contribution from the general government operating budget for the Human Services Matching Grant Program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Seeing no one in the queue, please vote. That item was approved. We are now at agenda item number 14C, AR 2016-234, a resolution appropriating $374,000 from the state of Alaska for Alaska Center for Treatment Act project. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. No one in the queue, please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14D, AO 2016-97, authorizing disposal of an intergovernmental permit for a drainage easement to project management and engineering for less than fair market value on a portion of Heritage Land Bank parcel I-109. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Move approval.
And a second. Thank you. No one in the queue, please vote. Mr. Starr? Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14E, AO 2016-107, withdrawal from Heritage Land Bank inventory and placement into real estate services inventory tracts 1 and 2, Yosemite tracts subdivision. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Ms. Ward, maybe you can explain to me, does this just put on paper something that's been happening for quite some time, or what's happening here on this one in particular? Not the previous one, I get that one. This one I'm a little more confused about.
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, at the time that we gave management authority to Eagle River High School and to street maintenance, that was a series of very small lots, if you remember, HOB lots. We went through a replat in order to combine those into 3 large tracts.
Yep.
At the time that we do that, we have to start all over again. We're withdrawing them. We're taking them over to and transferring them to real estate services so that we can, in turn, transfer the management authority to the proper entities.
So you're going to split them out. Subursa is going to remain whole with what they do, and then the school district's going to get the lands that they need, or
Correct.
that Yosemite Drive is going to get that, you mean?
Correct.
How long will that take?
Your approval?
No, I mean, you got the
it's-
replatting and all that stuff.
It's all done. Now it's the final formality of withdrawing it from the Heritage Land Bank, which is an inventory, transferring it, and then we'll transfer the management authority to those departments that actually today manage those properties.
Madam Chair, Mr. Abbott, when it relates to the delay of the construction improvements on Yosemite Drive, what was the reason that we were delayed on that? Was it this, or was there some other item that?
No, the delay was the acquisition of the right-of-way from the Mental Health Trust.
Did we do that?
Nope.
We platted in our tract everything but the piece that they're waiting on.
The trust remains reluctant to grant us the right-of-way.
I understand that. Okay, so you're ready to go with the other parcel requirements, so no delay there. Thank you for that, and we'll just keep fighting the good fight on the other one. That's all I needed. I got clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Steele.
Yeah, Robin, I know you've been at it on Yosemite Drive for a long time. I remember it was early on in my tenure on the school board, we started dealing with Eagle River High, and that has been a huge mess over there. Is all the drainage going to be all squared away after, or is it now? Do you know?
Through the chair, Mr. Steele, I think I'll actually refer to Mr. Abbott. He probably has a better grasp on that, but I think that we're very close. I believe that the last IGP that you just approved was the last portion of the drainage program that they needed to complete the program.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14F, AO 2016-99, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of intergovernmental permit to project management and engineering for public use easement on a portion of HLB parcel 6-022. Anyone which should be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Great. No one in the queue, please vote. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item number 14G, AO 2016-100, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease between the municipality of Anchorage and Noodlum Equities Ltd. to provide lease space located at 1251 Muldoon Road for the Northeast Community Center operations. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Coffey. I'm one of the owners of the Noodlum Mall, and I'm just here to answer any questions because the last time when it was introduced, some questions came up, and I've had some discussions with some of your fellow assembly members, but I thought maybe it might be appropriate to be here in case you had any questions.
I don't see anyone in the queue, Mr. Coffey.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Thank you
Madam
for
Chair.
being here. You're welcome. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, what is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Ms. Dombrowski.
I have a quick question for Robin. Regarding the increase in the rental value per month, it looks like it's going up $3,000 a month. Are we still within or under market value, fair market value?
We're still under market value. They've given us what I consider a very good rate.
That's right.
One of the reasons there's a rise is there has been, of course, an increase in utilities, taxes, and so on, but we're also making some improvements with a new entrance, and that is one of the reasons.
I saw that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item was approved. Next item on the agenda is item 14H, AO 2016-106, authorizing a second ground lease extension between the MOA and Trugac Senior Center, Inc. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr.
Just the kudos. Ms. Ward, thanks for paying attention to the Chugiak area, particularly in this one. We've got a thriving senior and elder care facility going out there at all levels of folks from 60 years to 95 and 100-year-old people. So thank you for listening to us when they ask for city support, timeliness, and that. So pass that through to anybody else that's helped you make all this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, kind of nice that we're hitting sort of the quadfecta tonight. We've had Mountain View Boys and Girls Club, Muldoon Boys and Girls Club, the Chugiak Senior Center, and Friday we were at the Anchorage Senior Activity Center. So great examples of how we partner with nonprofits to execute for our communities, and happy to support this lease.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one else in the queue. Are you done, gentlemen? There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Evans? Thank you. That item is approved. Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion to change the order of the day so that we take up next item 14N, so that Mr. Flynn is able to participate in both of the next licenses discussions before he gets to go home early.
Thank you. So the motion is to take up item 14N before J, correct, Mr. Dunbar?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, should we vote against if he has to stay?
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Traney. Anyway, ask unanimous consent to change the order of the day, and I see no objection, so we are on item 14N. AR 2016-250, approving a marijuana license, a special land use permit for a marijuana testing establishment with license number M1009, DBA as Can Test LLC, located at 620 East Whitney Road. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard?
No.
Anyone at all? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Mr. Starr.
I just can't tell from the application that this entity is qualified to do what they do. Is the operator here? Can you just tell me how you know how to do this business? Or what your skill sets, or have you done it before, or you got an outside business model, somebody helping you?
Please state your name, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Jonathan Rupp, RUPP. I'm the scientific director of CanTest. So I have a PhD in microbiology, okay. So that's the educational background, and I've been working in a lab in Anchorage at the university for 3.5 years, and now starting this lab up. So
have you toured facilities, perhaps from Colorado or somewhere else that has this service provided to?
Yeah, so one of the Seattle labs, Analytical 360, gave me a tour when I was down there, as well as local environmental labs have given us tours also.
Just while you're here and you have a PhD and I don't, but the question is coming up to mind in the ability to track the products to specific cultivation. Am I misreading that this will allow us to, if there's a find of drugs or suckers or candy or whatever, we can abandon or black market can we track that back to a specific plant DNA, or what will your service do for us? And
so you mean by some sort of chemical signature in a product?
Yeah.
So we're not going to be doing genetic testing, which might be what you're talking about. We'll be able to give a chemical profile of potency, but that's not going to be a definitive ID. So things, you're probably familiar with the state's metric system. Yep. So we're going to be
where that would come from.
We're going to be relying on metric for a lot of the tracking. So yeah, I mean, if that's something, genetic testing is something we're thinking about, but it's not on the current plan.
Will your company be big enough to handle? How many testing labs do you think this community can suffice? How many?
How many can the industry sustain?
Probably, yeah.
Well, right now there's two of us here.
Yeah.
And I think I think that's two's fine. I think I'm happy about having two. There's more I hear in the works. Whether or not more than two, whether or not the new industry can support more than two, I'm not sure.
Well,
that might be a Mark question.
And I know the public hearing's open, so we're not in a debate. But
public hearing's closed.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. Yeah. You've answered my question in terms of that. The capacity, you're in a regulated environment, not you, but the whole industry sort of regulated. So there would be a potential for us to cap it, and so you get very good at what you do because you have enough customers to do that. If there's 10 testing labs and they get diluted, then nobody really has enough market share, perhaps, unless your product and your services are so much better. So in my mind, there's always this opportunity to come back and say, well, we only need 3. And then how much regulation do you expect from us? You've got on-site inspectors and people that will come into your facilities to check your job, I think, but you're going to be the expert here.
Right. So, I mean, already with the state, we're working with the AMCO office as well as their contractor. So they've contracted with A2LA, who was just up on site meeting with us, and we're getting good back and forth there. So it's we're doing our own process to perfect our testing, but we've also got inputs from those sources that's helping.
And it's not my business to check into your financing, but you have enough. You're not a shoestring operation then, or you have backers?
That's definitely a Mark question.
No, we have enough capital to.
Is this greater than a $500,000 investment, or you don't have to answer it if you don't want? But I mean, are we talking you can get in this business for $50,000, or do you need $500,000?
You can't get in for $50,000.
All right, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd just like to note that the Community and Economic Development Committee looked at this and did recommend that it go forward. We also, of course, had a work session on it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Steele?
Yeah, I drove by this weekend, or yesterday, and it's a good location. I'm a little concerned about what kind of tests are you conducting? Will there be a potential for chemical release or some type of release that may be an issue about what's in close proximity to you and that type of thing?
So I think the only thing we have that could be anything like that would be flammable liquids, and relative to it's larger than some operations, but it's not a lot. Really, I mean, so as far as something like a release, like there's no big drums. It's just bottles of flammable liquids, and we have cabinets and fume hoods that address that.
So it goes through a filter system of some type. Any air release or any release out of there would be at least filtered. What else? Is there any byproduct that's going to be that might affect if there was a residential unit out back or something like that?
So we're not going to so we'll be collecting any of the used flammable material and then disposing of that through a hazardous waste disposal. I mean, yeah, like if something were to spill, again, it's not enough that if something even did spill, it would leave the room. I guess it's not enough to seep out through the floor or anything like that. We're on the order of a gallon or two, not 50-gallon drum.
A filter system of some sort for airflow and things like that. Or do you
we'll
use it-
have
use
so we'll have
wood
like
to do
absorbent.
it, or
We'll have like absorbent. If there is a spill, we'll have absorbent material we can put on that. I think
Yeah,
maybe is what you're
I'm
bringing.
more concerned about, well, I'm concerned about it all, but fumes in terms of from a hood vent or something like
Right.
that.
We're working right now on bringing the fume the systems for dealing with fumes up to speed. So yes,
All right.
underway.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Thank you. That was approved unanimously. Mr. Flynn, isn't it time for you to? Oh, you can? Oh, okay, okay. Okay. We changed the order of the day, and I just missed that, but I'm glad you're still here. Okay. Item 14J, AR 2016-246, a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana testing establishment with license number M10186, DBA Alaska Green Labs, LLC. Any public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening. Please state your name, spell your last.
Hello, good evening. My name is Tim Hinterberger, Hinterberger. I'm a partner in AK Green Labs, LLC, and I hold the position of scientific director as defined by state regulations.
My name is Brian Coyle. I'm also a partner in Alaska Green Labs.
Jana Weltzine, WELTZIN, attorney for Alaska Green Labs. And we're just here to answer any questions. And this is one of their first employees.
Jordan Kucher, chemist at AK Green Labs, COUTURE.
Okay, thank you for being here. There are no questions. Anyone else wish to be? Oh, Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm wondering if the new employee is individual that lives in the unit up on the other suite.
Unfortunately, no.
So that has still not been resolved? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. He's got it.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Starr?
Mr. Hintenberger, have you ever run a lab like this in your?
I've not run a lab like this. I've been involved in laboratory research for over 30 years. I've been a faculty member in the medical program at the University of Alaska Anchorage and done research there for over 20 years.
Yeah, in a nonprofit environment, that's what I'm concerned about a little bit, is to how does the business model look in your mind for effective and quality control testing?
Well, the business model isn't particularly about quality control testing, so in terms of quality control, I think we have excellent SOPs filed with the state. Our regulatory application covered all of that, and I also have a lot of confidence in our business plan.
Are you going to be there every day?
No, not every day. That's why we hire quality employees.
Not every day?
No, sir.
So your role then is more just get the place running?
That's to provide oversight on a regular basis.
Okay. Who's the financier? Can somebody answer me that? I'm asking the same questions basically that I did the other one.
Both of the partners are providing financing.
You're not a financial investor?
I'm a partner. I'm an investor, yes.
The two of us are the investors in the lab.
As well as then he's the director of science?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no other questions. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
My name is Kurt Marsh, M-A-R-S-C-H. I'm a property owner across the street from this proposed business development. I'm not sure if part of the process is they're supposed to talk to neighbors. If they had, they would have heard my concerns. I represent several buildings, 5 or 6 apartments, an RV park with currently 30 families living in it, and approximately 11 to 13 businesses, depending how you count it, all directly across the street from your proposed business venture. And I have 2 main concerns. The first concern I have is the safety of the families directly across the street. I don't know anything about this industry. I'm supportive of the industry in general. I hope that it will lead to safer streets and control over this issue in our society. But I am highly concerned about being the first neighborhood in what, even though it's B3 zoning, the truth is there are dozens of families directly across the street from this. Now, I don't know anything about them business-wise. I'm generally supportive of what they're trying to do. But I would like them to reach out to their neighbors and talk about what issues are likely to come about. Safety and security, I don't know what the quantities of the material that will be coming and going, how much cash would necessarily be on hand. So I have safety issues and concerns that I'd like to be reassured about on behalf of the families that I represent. And then the second issue that I have is parking. Directly in front of this building, I think there's either 4 or 6 parking spots. So all the overflow parking will be on my properties. And I'd like to ask them what they will do to try to mitigate that.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee.
Sir, did you come to the community council meeting that was held where they came and talked to the community council on what their plans were?
No, I don't think I got a, no, sir.
Okay.
I won't say I didn't get a notice. I got a ton of mail, so. But
I think I was
knew
here
not
twice,
there.
and I think they came both times, so that's what I'm asking. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
There is Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'd like to offer this amendment number 1 that everybody has in front of them.
Make a motion, Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to move amendment number 1.
Great.
Should
Can
I
you read it, Mr. Weddleton?
Beg your pardon?
Would you read it to us,
Yes.
sir?
This would add a new condition, number 10, in section 3 as follows. The caretaker's residence on the same lot as this establishment shall be vacant or inhabited by a person or persons associated with the marijuana establishment, a licensee, an affiliate, or an employee of the establishment.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one in the queue. Please vote on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment. That amendment was approved. We now have before us the main motion, item 14J, AO 2016-246, and Mr. Demboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If possible, I'd like Erica McConnell just to come up and just address. It's my understanding that Title 21 parking requirements are meant for this facility. Unlike, this is a testing facility, so unlike a retail facility, I'm assuming there won't be as much traffic. But can you just talk about the traffic requirements and if they're met and what contemplation or concerns you may have?
Through the Chair, Ms. Demboski, I'm Erica McConnell with the Office of Economic and Community Development. There is a parking requirement for testing facilities. It's 1 parking space per 350 square feet of space at the facility, but there is no, the public cannot go to these facilities and purchase marijuana, so the traffic to and from the facilities will be the couriers or perhaps the other business owners bringing very small amounts of marijuana to the testing facility for testing. So there shouldn't be a significant amount of traffic.
And my understanding, as I read their application, is the parking requirements within code are met.
That's my understanding as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demboski. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, Ms. McConnell, you and I have had some conversations about how we clarify our ability to add conditions to both alcohol and marijuana licenses. So if Mr. Marsh's concerns lead to some problems that need conditions here that I can't foresee now, what is your current assessment of whether we can do that at a later date?
So the license is a yearly license that expires at in the summer of every year. So there will be an opportunity when the license renewal comes forward to the Assembly for you to add additional conditions to the license. As we have discussed, some Assembly members are desirous of also being able to add conditions to the land use approval, the special land use permit, and I am preparing an amendment that would also allow that. If that passes, you would also, at the time of license renewal, be able, well, really at any time, be able to modify or add or remove conditions on the special land use permit. But if that does not pass, you would still be able to address any issues at the licensing renewal every year.
Because we have the double powers over marijuana, we at least feel confident we have the license renewal time to add a condition.
Yes.
Alcohol is trickier in that regard. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on the main motion.
must be the one. She doesn't talk.
That resolution was approved. Good night, Mr. Flynn. Have a good evening. Thank you. We're now at agenda item number 14K, AR 2016-247, a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10284 DBA Catalyst Cannabis Company. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome.
Hello, I'm Will Schneider, SCHNEIDER, representing Catalyst. Hello, I'm Jason Brandeis, BRANDEIS, and I'm the attorney for Catalyst Cannabis Company. We don't have any comments, but we wanted the Assembly to know that we're available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for being here. I don't see anyone in the queue. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm not mixing these up. At the Community and Economic Development Committee, I think Fuzzy Buds was the one we were talking about a potential amendment for. Is that right, Mr. Whittleton?
There will not be an amendment. We will postpone this one indefinitely and replace it with
this one,
the new one that you have.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure I wasn't mixing them up. Okay, thank you. I have no comments for this one.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. There's on the main motion, yes. Yeah, there is. Yeah. Okay, that item was approved. We are now at agenda item number. We are now at agenda item number 14L, AR 2016-248, a marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10293, DBA Fuzzy Buzz. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome, sir. Please state your name, spell your last.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Slotty. Last name is S-L-O, 2 T's, 2 E's. I'm Vice President and General Counsel for Old Harbor Native Corporation. We are in a building about a block, or actually less than a block from the proposed location for Fuzzy Buds. And so I'm here to express some concerns and reservations we have over the proposed permit. The primary one is that this is a permit for a cultivation facility and a retail facility, which, as I understand it, the municipality has views for zoning areas of B3 as requiring them to be both a cultivation and a retail facility. But then if you're looking at the permit application and the description of what they submitted to the state, it says that they're going to be a retail facility by, quote, appointment only, because they have a very minor, very small area for retail facilities. And their entire focus appears to be simply on cultivation. I mean, they have discussions about they're doing 5-pound bags and transport or shipment and kind of mass cultivation rather than focusing as a retail establishment. So our concern is that this is not actually meeting the spirit and intent of the municipal code of being a cultivation facility coupled with an actual in-operation retail facility, but rather is trying to skirt that obligation by calling itself both a cultivation and retail facility when they're not actually going to be selling anything retail. Now, I don't really want them selling anything retail, and so it's maybe a little inconsistent, but I'm a lawyer, so I can do that. And it's also, I think that it's also just raises an issue over the validity of the permit and what they're asking to do, and raises some questions.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Okay,
I have one other
no,
quick...
please, you have about a minute and 20 seconds left.
Okay, thank you. The other issue that I have is regarding the odor control. In the permit, there's a reference to that they're supposed to go out and take weekly observations and record them, but that's really all it says. And that's one of our concerns, is that we're going to have significant bad odors in the area that's going to reduce our property values and cause issues for our tenants, for our staff members, and just for our general enjoyment of going to work. And there's no provision for any type of third-party verification of their testing, and there's no requirement even as to the type of form or the specific information more than just, well, what time of day did you go out? Were you downwind? What did you smell? And when you're leaving that in the hands of the operator, you're really giving them an opportunity to game the system if they're not honest about it. So I'd urge you to consider requiring some type of third-party verification, and that would even be just to the benefit of the municipality in limiting future conflicts where they have records saying, oh, we're not smelling anything at the property line, when you have conflicting reports from neighbors or from other people, if you have someone coming in and independently verifying it rather than having to rely on the operator, I think that's simply to the municipality's benefit and also the surrounding tenants.
Thank you. Mr. Traney.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing in this license gives them the retail, and we've told them repeatedly, we're only dealing tonight with your cultivation permit. You've got to come through with another license application for retail. They understand that. They could very well get this one tonight and not get a retail license.
Then I guess my question on that, sir, is that if you look at the municipal code, it doesn't say that you can get a cultivation permit if you have applied for a retail permit. It says you get a cultivation permit if you're also a retail facility. And so I wonder if that's a proper reading of that municipal code, that you can satisfy the requirements simply by applying for the retail application rather than actually having one granted or at the same time as the cultivation facility.
I'll take a look into that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Mr. Weddleton?
Actually, we did look into that. You made a very important point, and my intent, if I jumped the gun, is to postpone this indefinitely and replace it with the ordinance that we introduced earlier, and that will go to public hearing 2 weeks from now, and it's to deal with that issue. And the way this went through a committee meeting and also work session, and through the ordinance we can say notwithstanding that part of code, but then if they don't get the retail license, they would have to stop their operation completely. We also expect to have some changes to the marijuana code coming forward at some time in the next month or so that would deal with that in a more permanent way. So you made a good point. And just for this evening, there will be a public hearing on this again in a couple of weeks, I expect. So.
Okay, thank you. And I guess if I can very quickly, my very final point was that I noticed in the permit there was several references to them needing to resolve some conditions. For example, their power plant being sufficient to provide the necessary electricity, to resolving a non-conforming use of the parking permits or the parking spaces and kind of outside spaces. But there was no, and it said the permit would take effect when those conditions were met, but there was no timeline for them to actually meet those conditions. And I'm just concerned about that. If something like this is passed, then this will suddenly appear a year down the road, maybe 6 months down the road, when things can change in the meantime, when the community around it could change in the meantime. And so I'd also urge that you put at least a time frame saying you need to resolve this by X date, by this many months, this many weeks, so that at least we know when this is or is not going to happen.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you for your testimony. Your concerns were exactly what my concerns were, as Mr. Weddleton stated in our Community and Economic Development Committee. But we did ask the applicant to show us positive moves as far as an agreement with Chugach Electric that they are going to deal with the power insufficiency right now because it's clear that they don't have adequate power. So, but I think your idea of a time frame regarding that secondary license for retail, because in B3 it is a requirement. So I think that's a good suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Domboski. Mr. Weddleton?
I have a question for you. So Old Harbor Native Corporation is going to begin operating something. Is it, or will you be doing a protected use? Some uses that you can't have marijuana facilities near a school and a church and so on.
No, we're not. Our corporate headquarters are located on Denali Street, and it's just a concern over the fact that our employees there and the environment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I confess to being confused. So our code requires there to be, and maybe it's for Ms. McConnell or other more informed members of the Assembly, but our code requires that it has to be both a cultivation and a retail to be
in the B3 zoned area, yes, sir. You've got to have cultivation and you have to do retail in the B3 zoned area. The other one we did earlier was an industrial zoned area.
Why would we require retail? Why not allow cultivation in a B3 zone?
Erica's a good one to answer that.
Through the chair, Mr. Croft, cultivation facilities are by nature industrial. They have no interaction with the public. They take place in buildings that have no windows. So to preserve the business storefront nature of our commercial districts, originally the recommendation had been to limit cultivation to industrial districts. Due to the limited number of locations where appropriate properties can be found, there was kind of a compromise that was proposed to allow cultivation in the B3 as long as you also had that storefront business of a store.
And then this proposal now is to allow the cultivation to proceed with the retail following, or not be effective until the retail is approved?
So in a normal situation, in a couple years from now, somebody who wants to do this in the B3 will be able to bring their cultivation application and their retail application together concurrently.
Right.
However, because the state of Alaska has been processing cultivation and testing facility applications first, before they will even start reviewing retail and manufacturing applications, the applicant was not able to bring their cultivation and their retail together at the same time. We had recommended to not penalize the applicant for this significantly by saying, well, if they can prove to the Assembly that they are serious about bringing forth a retail facility by submitting a complete application and paying their fee, we proposed that that would be when the Assembly would allow them to begin cultivating, with the understanding that if the Assembly does deny their retail license, that they would have to close their cultivation facility.
Thank you. I just want to remind the body, okay, and I don't mean any harm, but the public hearing is still open, and this is debate, and we need to wait until the public hearing is closed before we get into debate mode. Just a reminder. Thank you.
Good. I'd like to bring the applicant back up when when public hearing's done then.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to bring the applicant back up on that point when public hearing is done then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I apologize, but
that's okay.
I told the applicants that they could leave because they were going to have a public hearing in 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
So I apologize. That was probably the wrong.
Thank you. Thank you. Public hearing is still open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Not to a time certain, but
No.
indefinitely.
Yeah, we have a replacement here.
Well, let's be clear on the
Mr.
record.
Starr. Mr. Starr.
No, I don't like when we kill something without prior notice. So the idea that postponing indefinitely means we've got a substitute ordinance that's coming into play. So if somebody says we rejected their application, it needs to be clear to those that are viewing us that we've got a second one on there. And the applicant's not here, Mr. Croft, so we haven't been able to chat with him about the retail split. So that's the other thing that would be helpful is if they were here. But I don't mind. I mean, before we kill one, do they agree with the second one? Does anybody know?
Mr. Weddleton is in the queue. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I have a question, I guess. I thought I was in the queue.
You are in the queue, Mr.
Yeah,
Starr, but I think Mr. Weddleton was going to answer your question, and that's why I called on him.
Yeah. Does the applicant know that we're going to move to the second packet?
Yeah, I spoke with them, and they are comfortable with the change, frustrated at the delay, but it really just recognizes the way the law is written right now. And they understand that if they don't get the retail license, that they have to shut down their operation. So we do have we introduced today, so there is a substitute ordinance, and they are comfortable with it.
And those that testified will need to come back again and testify again. It looks like in 2 weeks is when you have it scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
I just had one more question. Is there any, I know the area reasonably well, but is there any residential in the area? Well, I'll save it for the applicant. And
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to give a little bit of context to this particular discussion and why this one is a little bit different. First of all, this is the very first applicant that we have in the B3 zoning district. And as Erica so eloquently stated, initially the reason B3 was even allowed, because initially for cultivation was strictly going to be what's the word I'm looking for? It was going to be restricted to industrial only, I-1, I-2, I-3. So that was the initial. When it went to P&Z, there was a lot of public testimony that, in fact, there wasn't enough land in Anchorage to allow for people to have a robust cultivation market. And so P&Z made the recommendation to the Assembly to allow B3. But what do we know for cultivation? Obviously, cultivation is one of the most pungent ones, I guess, the reports that we've had from those who toured the facilities. So that becomes an issue. But as Erica said, the look of industrial is much, much different than the look of a retail sector. So that we wanted to ensure that we could preserve the storefront look and try to integrate cultivation into a B3 mixed-use area. So that's why you have to have retail with industrial, because we don't want our B3 business districts to start looking industrial, if that makes sense. So this is the first application like this that's B3. The biggest, I think, stumbling block we came across in the Community and Economic Development Committee is just exactly this. It's, hang on a second, the law clearly says that you have to have your retail license when you get your cultivation license. And as with other parts of municipal code, you know, ultimately the assembly came down, or the committee came down on the side of, you know, there's a lot of things in code that says XYZ has to go to planning and zoning, but the assembly has often utilized the phrase, notwithstanding X, we're doing Y. And so we decided that as long as they show us positive affirmation that in fact they have a serious application for retail, I think personally the recommendation to make put some sort of sidebars on it, make some sort of time certain to make sure that they don't just have this, you know, year-long cultivation in the retail makes sense. But that's where we were kind of stumbled. And the other issue that came up with this application that we haven't seen anywhere else is this is the first application where a utility has said they have insufficient power. And I think that's significant because we've all been in all the work sessions where we talked about that's one of the biggest issues they've run into in the lower 48 is with the drain on power. So the applicant had assured us that they would be able to show us a work order or something with Chugach Electric that there would, you know, basically they've done their part and they're just waiting for Chugach Electric to do the job. So before we postpone it indefinitely, I think it helps give context to some of the issues that I anticipate are being addressed with this new ordinance that was introduced tonight. But this application is different than the others. It has different factors, and I just wanted to point that out to the
Thank you for
Assembly.
your comments, Ms. Zimbowski. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm sorry, I'm done.
You're done? Okay. Mr. Trainee?
Just that as far as odor control, that'll be Health and Human Services that respond to that. As you know, Amy, we sat trying to discuss, noses vary from person to person. How are they going to deal with that problem? And it's Health and Human Services going to have to answer those questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Croft?
I have significant concerns about the application as it stands, and I just saw the late on the table substitute, which I think probably handles a lot of them, but I just don't know yet. And so I'd be much more comfortable. It's your motion, Mr. Weddleton, but postponing 2 weeks instead of indefinitely, which is a form of killing it, so that in 2 weeks we have both your fix and their original, I'm afraid flawed, but original proposal, particularly when the applicant has now left, to kill it through indefinite postponement doesn't seem fair to me. And it, you know, we will then have in 2 weeks the ability to look at the proposed fix, the possibly flawed original, and vote one up, one down. So again, it's your motion, but I'd be more comfortable having both of them there and be able to question the applicant and say, we are now rejecting the one and approving the other for these reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Peterson, you're next in the queue, but do you mind if I go to Mr. Weddleton first? Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Mr. Croft, actually, the two applications are essentially the same. The difference is we have been approving these licenses through a resolution, and we cannot do the notwithstanding through a resolution. A resolution can't override an ordinance. So we are doing this, moving the same packet as an ordinance so that that notwithstanding regarding the retail combination with the cultivation is legitimate. So they are the same. So I talked to the applicant and told them they could scram too because it's the same thing moving forward. We were just kind of stumbled over the phrasing of the law. So if you have problems with this one, they exist in the other one.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going to say that because we're in the initial rollout phase of licensing right now, they were unable to apply for their retail license at the same time that they're applying for the cultivation license. once we get past the initial stage sometime next year, that will not be a problem. They'll be able to apply for both at the same time. So this problem will only come up in the next couple of months, we assume. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. The motion before us, brought forward by Mr. Weddleton, is to postpone AR 2016-248 indefinitely. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. That item is postponed indefinitely. We are now at agenda item number 14M, AR 2016-249. M. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, dear. 2016-249, marijuana license and special land use permit for a marijuana cultivation establishment with license number M10248 DBA Isadora LLC. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Hello, welcome.
Hello, my name is Dave McConnell, MCCONNELL.
And I'm Kyle Denton, DENTON. We're just here to answer any questions.
Ms. Demboski.
Thank you. I misspoke on the last one. I'm sorry. I was confusing the two. This is actually the applicant that has insufficient power, correct? You're not? Yeah, I was going to say, I thought you told me you would bring us some documentation at this meeting to affirm that you, in fact, have a work order or something with Chugach.
We provided that documentation to Sean, the planning guy who's working on our case, and he had it at the work session meeting on Friday. I assume you have it. It was an email from Chugach just describing the process we've been going through.
Okay, no, I don't have it. But I wasn't at the work session, so that's probably why. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Demboski. Mr. Traney.
Were you the ones that had the problem with the taxes not being paid? Remember?
It wasn't actually a problem, I don't think.
It wasn't, but
Yes.
it came up.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we had the right one.
Yeah, that's us.
Because we're checking every applicant for anything from library cards to
Right.
any bill you haven't paid. You're not getting a license if you don't have those taken care of.
I'm blaming the mortgage.
Thanks for dealing with it. I know it was not a problem. It just came up.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. Thank you, sir. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I see a big board here. Do you have something to show us?
Well, this is one of the conditions that's before you of a Type A loading berth. Of a Type A loading berth, and the fact that it does not, it cannot happen on a property similar to what we have in an industrial I-1 district, unless we have a lot twice as large as what we currently have. And this is a current provision or a current requirement. We actually had this at the work session on Thursday as well.
Anything else, Mr. Weddleton?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
My name is Sandra Blinstrubas, Blinstrubas. My husband and I are owners of a business that borders this property. On one side, we share a 0 lot line. I ask the Assembly to please move carefully. In my view, the opening of this business is fraught with issues that are not fully understood. Questions about access, parking, and odor control are not being answered to our satisfaction. Will the limited access to parking create an unwanted and unsafe situation where customers will park up and down A Street, creating problems for the neighborhood? Will odor control be sufficient to protect my business and my employees? How will these issues affect my property value? Will the Assembly be willing to lower my assessed value on my 4 affected properties until all of these questions are answered? I had planned to build a new facility on one side of this business that is on hold pending answers to these questions. We may even consider moving our offices to Palmer, where there's more space between neighbors. Should new categories of businesses be allowed to set up literally on top of existing businesses without fully knowing what the impact is going to be? Without adequate answers, the duty clearly lies with the Assembly to do the right thing and protect our business and neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Yes, Miss, is it Blindstrubus? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Thank you. I was just curious what the nature of your business is. What kind of business are you doing in the area?
We are a satellite communications company, and our name is Microcom.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Starr.
I'm not sure who's going to take this one on. Erica or Amy, you seem to have the handle on the drawing for the facility looks to have retail right in the front of the, and I mean, I've voiced this now for 6 weeks on what that's going to look like to have what I thought was sort of an industrial growing facility with the comings and goings of retail traffic. And so the fear early on was there was not enough industrial lands to suffice the market, but I see application after application coming in for cultivation facilities that seem to have plenty of I-1 to do the size of the facilities that they can afford to do. So on page 1001 of our packet, Isidore is a wholesale marijuana cultivation facility and does not provide direct retail sales to the general public, which is prohibited by 21.05 such and such. But yet in their drawing, you want to have a retail facility right in the front of it. How do we separate those two out and make it all work?
Well,
I'll ask you, and then I'll ask Erica and others that have an opinion.
correct. We designed the facility to be vertically integrated. Thus, we have cultivation. In the future, we plan on having manufacturing and retail. Our current approved building plan with the Municipality of Anchorage permit C16-1465 has all three entities as it's designed to it. So it currently meets the required parking, and we're trying to locate additional parking in the future just to address any concerns. But at this point, this is just for cultivation. I understand your concern that this is the future. We will be back for retail.
Erica, is this the look that Anchorage should have with the perception of this is the second or third one that looks like they've gone all the way to planning and sat through design, their architects are drawing retail in the front of it, and yet is this the right thing for us to do, is have the premise that retail is just going to be attached to it? Because that's where we're headed. Cultivation's coming. These guys are all going to come back and say, well, we told you before we wanted to put retail in front of all this. And they're telling the planning department they're building accordingly, the contractors are building accordingly. Are we way ahead of ourselves on this, or what's going to happen to Anchorage when we start doing retail attached to a grow facility? Are they just going to run in the back room, clip off a few buds, bypass testing, bypass all that, and send it out the door?
Through the chair, Mr. Starr, there's a lot in that question.
Yeah, there is. I have a big concern about it.
Every facility that we have seen so far has gone into an existing building. And so I think that applicants who, I think they're trying to be transparent about everything that they plan to do, while at the same time honoring the staff's request to focus on the license that they're actually applying for in that application. So they're kind of running a fine line between sharing their plans to be transparent, but also focusing just on cultivation. I do believe that everybody has been clear, staff, assembly, even state has been clear that no particular license is guaranteed. So just because they may come in and be approved for a cultivation license and then later on ask for a different type of license, there is a clear understanding that they may not necessarily get all of those licenses just because they got the first one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to suck you into the conversation, but I see the retail store frontage model different. You go to Colorado and you see it different. You don't get that sense that we police differently in our industrial zones versus our retail. We have a whole bunch of road networks that are different. Fire protection services are different. in retail versus that, as well as the B3 model that was coming back and forth of us has residential closer. Oftentimes B3 models are closer to residential buffering. So I'm just cautious. I don't want to accept the packet data was given to me without strong words that I don't agree with retail intermixed as blatantly, or as you say, transparent, that we're okay with it, because I'm not.
Sure. If I could just say one more thing I forgot before. We met today with the state enforcement, Cynthia Franklin, the head of the AMCO office, and their chief of enforcement, and we discussed how enforcement will happen, inspections, and I very much believe that there will be serious enforcement of the rules about restricted access between license types, of restricted access to the public in various places. There's this metric system, which I know was mentioned even earlier today, that will track everything. And so it will be very clear that nobody will be able to run from their retail store into the back room and pull, just cut buds off of a plant and run out and sell it. I do think that this industry is being closely regulated to comply with the rules that have been adopted.
Yeah, I'm not certain that I buy that they're concerned about that. I mean, it's slap of the hand is typical what happens at the state level, or, a threat. If we had the enforcement solely at our model and our police could shut them down, so to speak, you have a lot on the line, you wouldn't jeopardize your cultivation facility to sell $50 worth of retail. I wouldn't think you would, but again, I want it on the record because I think this is a factor of what our community is going to look like if we take our retail sectors into the industrial markets and vice versa, if we're going to do cultivation in B3. So thank you as a planner. I appreciate your input. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainee.
Sir, could you come on back to the microphone for a minute? Not to beat a dead horse, but you do understand this is only cultivation license. It is not giving you a guarantee of any shape, manner, or form that you get to retail.
We understand.
Okay. Just wanted to have you on the record saying that.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Steele.
Yes, sir. Would you come back up again? I'm sorry. I was by there yesterday, and I saw a lot of construction taking place on A Street along the edge. Are you putting a foundation under that, or what are you doing along the...
No, what happened yesterday was the windstorm knocked down the Chugach electric power pole that's on the corner of International and A Street. And so they went, and that's, by the way, the power pole and the overhead wires are supposed to be getting rid of. We've been working with them for 6 months and have not been removed yet. Yeah. So they came in and they sistered another pole next to it to make it safe until they can finalize their plans.
And is access to this for the public when you go with with retail, is that going to be on A Street?
That's correct, off of A Street.
Would you lift the microphone up, sir, so we can get you on there? Thank you.
We're just we removed a house. There's a house right here, and we removed the house to make this an A Street access and a full parking lot, and the foundation for the house is still sitting there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I just wanted to comment briefly on I share many of Mr. Starr's concerns, and the woman who spoke kind of stated, we should really know what we're getting into before we allow this. And I'd say we don't really know what we're getting into. We're learning as we go, and we will learn a lot in the next year. And what gives me confidence moving forward is that these licenses are for 1 year. So if people are messing up, we have the biggest penalty. We can reject their license next year.
Shut them down.
So that's bigger than any dollar fine, really.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one else in the queue. We're voting on the name motion. Please vote. That item was approved. We are now down to audience participation. Anyone wish to speak? Welcome, sir. State your name, please. Spell your last.
Good evening. My name is Ron Alleva, A-L-L-E-V-A. Where is the clock that you said you were going to get? There's no clock.
Sorry about that.
Put that on the record. Order a clock. I'm here tonight to tell you that things aren't getting better down on the homeless shelter, Beans. I made a request to appear before the homeless committee. It's been granted, but it's getting more toxic and more dangerous. I did send a letter. No one responded to it, that I fear for my own safety, health, that of my workers and my clients. Recently, the value of the Moon Park deaths, kind of shrugged my shoulders to that because they killed my worker and his girlfriend just above my lot, and haven't resolved that. They killed 2 people down on the bike path, again within 400 yards of my property, haven't resolved that. And today there was a knifing at the Brother Francis shelter, and I have requested multiple times, I should demand it because of the number of police calls and medical calls, that they get their own security guard, their own medic, and believe me, the amount of garbage that comes in like the tide, they have to have commercial garbage pickup on the street and in the surrounding area according to the conditional use. The fence has been a big problem. That's all we got. Dick Traney and Elvie here got a $279,000 park when they removed the homeless. We got a fence that needs to be electrified behind the old Native Hospital. They repaired that fence 7 times this summer, and as soon as they repair it and try to reinforce it, it's immediately opened up again. The only good point is I saw a couple individuals running out of the fenced area. And to my great humor, I asked them what was up, and there was a bear chasing them. And I thought, hey, that might be a resolve to maybe get a few more bears, throw them in there, and hey, they won't camp there. So signs, fences, you have to do something a lot more intense and hold those agencies accountable to the finances that they have. They should lock their dumpsters. They should do things that are required of adjacent property owners. In summation, I'd really like to stress the idea of requiring them to have their own security, their own medic, and commercial garbage pickup.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Thank
Oh, you have to ask about the questions.
No, there's no questions, so have a good evening.
Is that your mean that your mind is already made up, Mr. Starr?
Come on down, please. Thank you.
Oh, hopefully something effective. It's only getting worse.
Good night. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is the victory, E-2, and I just wanted to tell you what happened to me a month ago. I live off of Falker Street near Campbell Creek Park. There's a little courtyard there. Well, we had a white car, I don't know what type of car it was, I think it was Plymouth, and inside was a drunk, native, obese woman. And apparently she was mad at people because she was trying to run them over. She was shaking people off. You know, they were trying to say, hey, don't do this, don't do this. Well, I called the cops. It took 25 minutes for them to get there. And after they got there, they checked her out. That took about 25 minutes. She had the keys. Somebody advised her before the cops got there to take the keys out of the ignition. She did. So what did they do with her? They put her in sleepover. Okay, now 25 minutes. Okay, this supports my argument where an armed society is a polite society. And I really believe that we should get the Bearcat scanners working again so people will know what's going on so they won't go out and try to get ran over, because a lot of people came out because they saw this girl or this lady about, I'd say near 30, trying to run people over. But again, it took 25 minutes. Can you imagine what it's like in Girdwood? How long it would take? Maybe a day? I mean, we have to do something about the crime. We have to. Or else, we're going to have vigilante groups. Maybe they'll get the right one. Maybe they won't. Are they trained? I don't know. But we're going to get them. And you're going to have people out there. All my neighbors pack, by the way. They pack pistols now. And it's gotten to be bad. It's gotten to be bad. Our roads are bad too, by the way. Have you noticed the little holes in them throughout the whole city? That needs to be addressed. And our drainage. There's a street called Happy Street near Fulker. We call it Happy Lake now because they have a truck that comes in and drains it every once in a while. And meanwhile, people are just getting their cars stalled by the water. We need to take care of business in Anchorage, in Midtown, because if we don't, the people will. I'm telling you. I'm seeing it. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Any assembly comments?
I
Ms.
just have
Dombrowski?
one, Madam Chair. I just want to give a shout out to the 4 students. We don't often see them wait to the very, very end. And I believe they're all with Miss Sullivan's class. So I just want to give a shout out. They stuck through it, and you can go back and report on all the marijuana licenses that we just approved.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski.
Move to, oh, sorry.
Mr. Trainee.
Are any of you Aaron Sullivan's students? Okay, tell Erin hi for me and ask her how her tarantula is doing. She's got a roommate that owns a tarantula. So ask Erin about her tarantula. She'll tell you stories.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you.